Warner, is this thing on? Yeah. Hello. So we're going to start today a little bit late because I woke up super late. But I'm gonna show you something. Actually, it's behind a green screen. So I'm just gonna grab that. So I received something pretty cool this morning, but let me. Well, why not leave without the green screen for a minute? I received the MidJourney like coffee table book this morning, and I'm always been kind of like, well, something you might not know is I'm actually like a pretty left kind of person, pretty critical of technology in general. Like most of the shelves behind me are filled with like technology criticism books and other things like that. And I've always like kind of been, well, I mean, AI is like a very contentious field, right? With like a lot of forces at play, and that obviously has like significant impact on labor across all kinds of industries, and especially programming, of course. And then obviously also art, but the generative art stuff that I've always seen, I like never was too convinced by like just the quality of what came out, right? Like even with the amazing generators that we have now, there's really no image I want to put on my wall, if that makes sense. Like I take a lot of pictures. I also print out like a lot of paintings that I find online, and I buy a fair amount of art. But from the generative AI stuff, and I spent like, thousands and thousands of images making MidJourney, and I kind of liked the process. And I have like a few things actually that I have on my wall that I generated, but never felt like, this is art that I appreciate. Now, independently from like what the labor that artists usually get paid for is like making 1,000 swords for like some kind of video game company, that obviously generative art has like really high possibility of just replacing, right? Like the ideation. And we're in the gross time of year here. It's like super humid. So let me come back. It's pretty disgusting to go from like 5% humidity to like 90 in 3 weeks. So anyway, I got this coffee table book, and I was like kind of expecting to be pretty disappointed to have it be like filled with just like anime, illustrative, video game art kind of takes. And I mean, it is to a fair amount. And to be fair, I've just like seen like 30 pages of it. So it's this book here, which collects like, I think 10 issues of their magazine. I don't know. I didn't know about that whole thing because I hadn't been following. And like, obviously you have a lot of stuff that's just like this kind of stuff, but there's also like some pretty interesting images like beyond this, right? But I'll come back to these kinds of images, which are like, like the bread and butter of like AI generation. So each page has like a prompt and the image that resulted from that prompt, right? And it's all like kind of the standard AI stuff that you've seen. I wonder how much of it is like post-worked, or if they're just like raw like that. I mean, they've obviously been curated as well, right? But so what I find really interesting is that suddenly, by the sheer juxtaposition of all these images and their little prompts, you start to develop some kind of story and associations, not just between the prompt and the image, which are suddenly, that makes me feel like an enjoyable piece of art itself, because you can feel the personality of the person who did this. So for example, this one is great. And it's not like the image per se is like just something I would like put on my wall, but the prompt for it is an unimaginable horseradish horror, which suddenly makes it hilarious, right? It's like I don't know. It's just or studies like these, which are actually like genuinely interesting images. I think I would maybe not put it on my wall because it's just like a little bit too wonky for me in terms of composition. I don't know. but there, even though it cites like, 3 artist names, and you could say like, oh, well, it's ripped off, and like obviously it resembles, it's like, I don't know that. I do have the name, down below, so I will actually look these artists up. I mean, I knew Goya, but as a viewer, it's a genuinely interesting image, right? And you've got the same with like images like these, which has like a whole like movie scenario written as a prompt. So it makes it like really interesting, even if the image is, the image is kind of interesting by itself as well. But anyway, I was like pleasantly surprised to suddenly be like, oh, I can actually enjoy spreads like these, which I totally wouldn't normally, just because I'm interested in seeing like, oh, well, what is the prompt like a little bit weird? Is there something in there? In this case, no. But it's and then there's the whole aspect of like, okay, well, how is the curation done? Are there choices in in the color palettes and juxtapositions like these, and the theme? How does this theme echo the one that was 2 pages before? So I don't think this is like the greatest sequencing, but that's where it joins photo books, right? Like a choice of putting pictures like these next to each other is not innocent and actually shows human intent. It's not like an AI that just said like, oh, well, I'll put like some kissing man next to some kind of like cyberpunk cliche thing. So really interesting, and quite different from the other AI art that I liked so far. And we'll see how I feel about coming back to this one in like 2 weeks. Knowing myself, my taste in art books changes every fucking 2 weeks. The other one that I found interesting is this one, and it's a typographer working with MidJourney, especially with like all the models V2, V3 to do geometric stuff, and then using the other models to upscale it and add texture. So you've got these like really interesting studies that are kind of held together, and you see the green screen in here. It's funny. That are kind of held together by the typography part of it, right? Like it gives it this backbone that makes it graphically very interesting. But then you have all these like different little style attributes that are explored and like cross remixing. So this book I found really, really interesting in terms of leveraging AI for its graphical aesthetics, right? And I wonder how these techniques, so I started playing around with these techniques and had like a lot of fun with them. I wonder how these still apply as the models become, more steered towards reality and whatever they've been trained on. Like, for example, the V2, V3 models are really the ones that allow you to do these big graphical shapes, right? And then if you put the main prompt into even V4 or V5 or whatever V18 we're at now, that magic disappears and it just becomes like anime shit. So I don't know. I'm glad that I was pleasantly surprised, because I was like worried. This is a book that's gonna make me feel bad, because it's just gonna be like, okay, well, there's no art in there, and the book that's supposed to be art about it is like not enjoyable as an art book, but I actually enjoy it, and I think goes along my. I've discovered photography like 1.5 years ago, so I've bought like a shit ton of photo books, and I really, really enjoy looking at photo books. So anyway, little aside, I'm going to put back my my green screen just so it's, you see all the papers I print out. All those ring binders were like deep research and like papers and all that stuff that I print out to read in the morning. So it's always pretty fun. All right, well, let's get into what we came to do here today, which is coding a video editing MCP using Blender. So we started that like I think a week ago, where we, how can I say that? We started writing a set of Python tutorials to help us even understand the Python API in Blender for doing video editing. And the overall goal is that I can take my transcript of a video, I can take the video itself, and I can quickly edit a YouTube short out of it. or potentially use like a set of B-roll and quickly say like zoom in on the table and while I speak about X, Y, Z, and then have it output a bunch of Python code using APIs that make it easy for an LLM to generate the right stuff. So it's going to be writing more Python today to better understand the API, but also start writing like functions that can be used to write better Python scripts. And the MCP is only going to be there to send Python to Blender. And the actual tool calling that we're going to do, so to say, is generating Python that is sent to Blender to do the action needed, right? And so how we're going to do that, say like send Python, if it doesn't work, revert to the previous part to make sure that we have like a clean loop. Because the problem with these like agent loops especially is that once they start destroying themselves, they just like fucking destroy themselves, right? Like they start making something wrong, then it gets even more wrong, they try to fix their own mistake, then thinks it's even more wrong, then I say like, well, I'm going to kill everything, I'm going to start from scratch, and then it's like still in the wrong directory, for example, and it starts overwriting the previous thing. Like it's just madness. And so having a really good understanding of how we're going to deal with what is an error, what is not, how we're going to roll it back, that's going to be crucial to actually make a good video editing agent at the end, or like semi-agent loop. Since if you give an LLM an MCP and you just feed back the results automatically, there's a good chance you enter an agent loop. All right. So with that said, we're going to. Oh, cool. There's me. We're going to open Cursor, and hopefully I'll be able to find where we left off last time, because that's a big problem, especially with the way I build stuff. I started like 18 projects this week, and I didn't finish any of them. So now I have like broken little projects everywhere, which is amazing. So I think I put this into code, corporate headquarters, Go Labs, Python Blender. And if you want to follow along, there is the GitHub repo for this is you can find it under LLMs, Go Labs, which has all my garbage that I vibe code. Like this is a complete mess of a repo, but under Python you can see there's this Blender thing that we started last time, and in order to kind of remember what we were doing, but I guess I didn't. And I'm not sure I started it. I opened it in this way, right? I think I might have opened it. I'm trying to find where the chapters are that we actually use to generate this. So that might mean that it's maybe maybe we opened the top level one. Yeah, it looks like we opened the top level labs, which I'm not sure is the best idea. I've started to enjoy having more refined, more precise directories. So what we're going to do is we're just going to move this. We're going to make a Python Blender ttemp 250510 directory, or we're going to move. Oh, wait, what? Oh, like this. And then we're going to move all the files that we used on that day onto this subdirectory and see, because it will just make it more precise to know which files belong to what. So Python Blender. Oh man, I just woke up, so I'm not there yet. So move these to. All right. And the idea behind these ttemp files, which I for people who have watched here before, it's where I store all my like working documents. So most of these are generated from a deep research, right? Like I started a deep research that wrote a book about editing video sequences with Blender, and it has like a bunch of tutorials, and like some of it is going to be hallucinated, right? Like even though I gave it like a GitHub repo and all of that, some of it is going to be hallucinated. There's another book about Blender internals, which can maybe help the first one get to its grips. And then we started doing like more precise things as we were working through. And what we're doing is like we wrote a tutorial script out of this first chapter, and then we tried to make it work. So this was, I'm going to zoom in. I think I need to zoom in like just a tiny little bit more for the stream. But what we're going to do today is basically, well, make sure that chapter 1 and chapter 2, which we did last time, still work. And then we're going to attack chapter 3 of this book about video editing. So the first one was just like creating strips. The second one was about importing strips, I think. And then adding sounds. I think this is the chapter 1 thing. And then in chapter 2.py, we started exploring splitting scenes. I think that's it, right? Like chapter 1, which we had here, is like it opens the sequence editor, it lists the available scenes. Okay, so that just like it enumerates the scenes. Chapter 2 adds strips, renames channels, and we had to like dig a little bit into the low-level API because there's been a change in deprecation in APIs and the book didn't fully catch it. And so we opened the Blender source code and started writing our documents grounded in the Blender source code, right? And today we're going to continue doing that, and we'll also play with DeepWiki to see how good this all is. And let me change the text here. Bill. Oh man, what did I do? What did I do? I don't know. I don't understand this software very well. So how do I resize this shit? Like this. But then it's like a different one on each scene. Man, I hate this. This is such a bad interface. I know, I need to figure this out. I hope there's a scripting interface, which we'll look at to do this. So we're going to then dive into chapter 3, which is going to be about splitting screens. I think I actually already made sure that this works, but we'll see. And if it works and we go through it quickly, then we'll tackle chapter 4. Chapter 4 is going to be, I think, adding transitions and fades. So this is where it starts to get interesting, right? And we'll start writing semantically rich functions that are called more like zoom in, right? Instead of saying like, oh, you have to transition, you have to add an effect, you have to add a crossfade and whatever. We just want to say like, add a zoom onto the person's like face on layer XYZ, and we'll see if we're then able to start building our first like generative useful scripts to edit videos. So hopefully we'll get to chapter 4 today. I plan to be streaming until about like 1 p.m. And then chapter 5 here is about effects, which I think is going to be maybe a little bit less interesting in our case. The alignment of audio is going to be also a little bit interesting. But chapter 7 is about batching. So this is more like what we'll have done at that point already. This is more like, okay, how do you write programs? And then the rendering, having it as a button, sure, that's cool. The other thing that I am very interested in doing right later on, which is generating everything that's like title screens and like cutscenes and all of that stuff, generating it with a script, but that's where you get into geometry and like Blender scene editing, which is its own like little part. So, and I know there's like many AMCPs for that already, or like many scripts for that as well. So at that point, maybe it'll be interesting to build like add-ons as well as we go to test our functionality as we generate it. And then that way we can deterministically test our functionality and only then turn it into an MCP tool, because that's just like fucking slow to test and probabilistic. So, all right, but let's get started. Like, I think we're going to go back to chapter 1. We're going to start Blender because not that way. Zoom out. All right, and then we're going to start Blender because I have this like Blender extension here, which is pretty neat. It will start Blender 443, I think, which we're going to move to a different workspace. And so what workspace am I on actually? This is 3. And then on workspace 2, I want to have Blender. So let's go in here. We have Blender started, and then we are now able to run this script inside Blender, which I think is called Blender run script, and then it's Control-Shift-4, F4. So we just ran it, right? We get the console output down here, which is pretty neat. I think if I type lines here, I'm executing them in the context of Blender. And if we go back to Blender and we go to a video editing workspace, it just enumerated the channels. And if we open chapter 2, which is how far we got so far, and I do Control-Shift-F4, not Control-Shift-F5, then it will execute the script, and it will hopefully import like a bunch of strips, and it will rename here the channels. So that's something I spent a while on last time, and I don't remember what chapter 3 does. So we're going to look at chapter 3. How do I quickly close this up and down? Run debug output. Focus on debug out. Focus on debug console view, and then maximize channels. It's Control-Shift-Tick. Okay, Control-Shift-Ticks allows me to toggle that. I'm not a VS Code fiend. So this does it full size, but then how do I make it disappear? Hide panel. Minimize panel size. Is that something that exists? So it's hide panel, and then it's oh, but then it doesn't show it anymore, right? And then here, do I have maximize? Like, I want to quickly toggle this down here. I guess I could just ask, huh? Or Control K. How do I quickly toggle the console pane in VS Code? And then I think you can do Alt Enter to just answer this. On Mac, Control backtick. Where's my backtick? Control backtick does select mode. What's the action? It's called toggle terminal, but I want to toggle the debug console actually. Oh, it's generating. Like, you have to be careful with this. You really have to remember to do Alt Enter every time. Control-Shift-Y is called debug action toggle REPL. All right. So toggle REPL, toggle debug console, Alt F8. Alt F8. Okay, cool. That's what I wanted. So if we look at chapter 3, trimming clips, splitting clips, moving strips, removing segments, example operations, slip operations. And if we look at it, we have a bunch of like functions here. I don't think I actually tested this. We have a function for trim strip start, trim strip end, right? And you can see the low level part of it is like actually more complex for an LLM to generate. In this case, it's like not too bad, but it has to remember, oh, there's a function of this name or a field of this name. You have to add a number of frames, like all of this stuff. It's fairly easy still, right? Like it was, I think, hopefully it's like also something that works. But as it gets more and more complex, say splitting a strip, right? Like suddenly you start having all of this stuff here where it iterates over all the strips and like makes sure the left and the right like kind of like aligned, all of this stuff. And suddenly it makes much more sense to have a function that's called split strip, add a frame, and then boom, it does it. And it's much safer, right? You just need to give the model the API of these different functions here, and then it will be able to do a good job. And we'll start testing this because this is starting to get interesting. To play with this. So hopefully if we go into main and we go into ensure sequence editor, set up the test sequence, and then we're going to start for now. We're going to stop for now, right? Like we're going to test things step by step to make sure that they work. So we're going to go back to Blender. We're going to delete everything here. And we're now going to go back to our editor and test this like generated. Okay, let's make sure that at least we have a test scene to set up. We have a breakpoint here, interesting. And we have to toggle this with Alt F8. Alt F8 is here. It like made a list of channels. What did it do? Hopefully we don't see a stack trace. It added those things from chapter 3. We can clear the output of the console. And if we go back here, we see that we have like a set of test clips. And I'm not good at my shortcuts anymore, so you'll have to bear with me. I do have to make like a training session to practice navigation in Blender as well. The way I would do that to practice navigation is I would go to chat OpenAI and I would say like, oh, make me a little course to practice navigation in Blender, especially video editing. And interesting, so I have access to codecs. Maybe we can look a little bit at that. I haven't tried it out yet. Not today. We'll see. We'll see this next week as a stream, actually. So, and then just generates like a little course for me, right? And then I can just go through it, and I have exercises. And so the exercises are like the things that are kind of like important to practice, basically, right? You want to put time into it to become good. No shortcut there. And so Alt F8 was the toggle. All right, cool. So we can see that our scene was like hopefully set up the way the script expects it to be set up. We have a video strip with like a audio strip that's like not exactly the same size. That's interesting. I wonder what that is about, the fact that it's like a different size of audio. I don't know if that matters. And where that comes from. So maybe this is something we can start asking, right? It's like the, if we look at the way the scene is set up, enter sequence editor, add some strips, add sound strip. Where is the scene setup? It's in setup test sequence. Maybe I should open my my outline here. I'll make it easier to navigate. And is there a way to quickly collapse all? Yeah, there we go. So we're going to go to setup test sequence. We see we load video files, video channel, audio channel. Name the channels, cool. Goes over it, adds the video strip, adds the audio channel. So they're a different size. So maybe this means that there's potentially, when loading these strips into Blender, the audio is slightly shorter than the video. Could this be a FPS thing? And I wonder if I should add the web. You know, let's add and then Alt Enter because I'm asking a question. And you could do this in a chat, and it's probably like more productive to do it in a chat, but I don't know. I don't know why this feels more like, I'm asking a short question. Like, can you do this? Because I can't, I think in the new UI, you can send this to the chat. So in a way, it's like the best of both worlds now, I guess. When Blender imports video files with audio, slight mismatches can occur between video and audio duration due to frame rate conversion. If your source video has different FPS than your Blender project, then the audio and video become misaligned. The audio sampling rate, container formatting issue, and so add some debug logging to print out project FPS, video FPS, sample rates, etc. to help me figure this out. So this is the cool thing about working in Python is we can add these like pretty high level, flexible kind of answers, right? And here I actually made a mistake. So I'm going to go back. Can I even go back in the chat here? I can't. Oh, so this is interesting. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go, this maybe is like an interesting thing to put into a separate file. Put the FPS debugging code into a file, print, test scene speeds.py. And here we're just going to go and actually use Sonnet 3.5 because why not? I guess that was like the standard thing to be set up. The funny thing would be to have an MCP that allows you to send a Python and then use that in an agent to test things out. Actually, that's maybe something we can set up, right? So let's go look at some of these Blender MCPs, actually, because we do want to use AMP code today. So Blender MCP, is that the one that has many stars, 11,000 stars, supported functions, main py, source Blender MCP. What does it do in the main? It just sets up the server main. And then here we have the server. And so what functions does it expose? So it connects to Blender over a socket, right? Like this is what all this code is. And I hope I'm not scrolling through the code too fast. I'm pretty good at like taking in code at a fast speed. So we have execute Blender's code, get Polyhaven categories, search Polyhaven assets, download Polyhaven assets. I kind of want to disable all of those. So I wonder what the best way is to add this to Claude is to either do UVX Blender MCP, but when I want to like develop on it, how do I do this? I'm going to go again to my O3 mobile. I want to run the MCP from the source code itself in, actually I wasn't in O3, so let's go into O3 and we're going to add search and we're just going to give it that and we'll come back in a little minute. In the meantime, we'll just do it manually. So we're going to go to test scene speeds. If we look at these things correctly, it just like goes over the scene, goes over the render stuff, and then it goes over the render resolution percentage of scene, and then it goes over all the sequences here and prints this out. So we're going to just go ahead and just run this with Control-Shift F4. And then I learned that Alt F8 is the way to send this. It didn't do anything here. Why not? Blender run script. Nothing happens because the name is not main, right? So we're just going to do main. What's going on? Isn't this supposed to like answer? It looks like our connection is severed, huh? So we're going to restart Blender. I'm not sure what's going on here. Blender is already being debugged. Blender start. There's two Blenders and one seems to have lost its connection, which is interesting. So we're going to close this. We're going to go back to our chapter 3. We're going to execute it again, which gives us all of this code here. And then we're going to go to our test scene. I wonder if it was like the main thing. All right, so now we have errors, right? We have this like use time remapping, which is like old, probably, or something that doesn't exist. And so I didn't ground it into the API documentation. So we could see if like maybe we give it this code error and then we also give it something about the API maybe. So I know we generated some markdowns about the API. I don't know if this is enough to fix it. And I've been touching about this Thursday on the stream, which I kind of recommend looking of how I think about this. I don't think about this as a chat. I think about this as a file, basically, right? And in this file, I do have the chapter 3 code, and I have the chat we had about generating tests here. And also now I added, well, the error code, and I added some more documentation about the Blender API, but I don't forget that I have this Python file at the top, plus the script at the bottom. And I don't think of it as a chat, more as if I send the LLM this block of text, this strings, I get back another string, which will be applied to my things or whatever, and this string better be valuable. It doesn't mean it has to work. It doesn't need it has to be like great, but it has to be useful. And if it's not useful, I will go back, re-edit this file by potentially, in the case of a chat, the only thing I can do is like rewind the chat and then modify what's in there. But if I had a way of editing the context window, then I could very well do some much more targeted sequencing. So for example, this I'm going to reject. This one I'm going to accept. And then if I go to the full diff, that was it. So I guess it just removed the time remapping info. And if we now run it, we get another one, which is proxy render size doesn't exist. So I'm not sure that this was right. And then I'm going to see, and now I'm going back and I'm pasting some more. And this time I'm actually, this is because I don't want this diff to still be in the history, right? Like I want a clean diff that potentially there is a time remapping thing. It's just like it hasn't found the right API function for it. So I'm going to ask it like, please go on the web. And also I'm going to use like one of the newer models that hopefully have like a nicer like training set. So maybe I'll use, I don't know which one has like the newest training set here. And I still need to maybe, I'm removing my internals API document because I saw, okay, this didn't help. And I don't want it to confuse things more. So you can see what I'm doing here is like, I'm not doing a chat and rewinding the chat and asking a different question. I'm actually editing this context window in the best way I can. Sadly, the chat interface is not, I think, the best that I can because, for example, I want to, if there's a diff, I just want to replace the whole file. I'm like, you don't actually need to have this discussion on how the diff was gotten to, which doesn't mean that these discussions of how a diff was gotten to are not important in certain cases, right? But in this case, the diff wasn't good. I don't want it to be in the history. I don't want it to confuse anything. I want it to actually be much more simple, right? You encounter two issues, does not exist. The correct way to access proxy threading is via the strips themselves or via the space sequence editor for UI display setting, not the sequence editor. So this is interesting because you start learning about grounded information around this. And I have no idea what the space sequence editor is. I don't think this is something that's relevant to us. That's why I like kind of latched onto it. And so here I'm kind of banking on the fact that the chat with its one-shot web search is going to be able to find it. I'm not sure, but I think the space sequence editor is, what the fuck is it? It seems to be like this is something that I would ask, like the app itself. And so one thing that I wish I could do is like take all of this context here in one single copy paste, right? So that I could quickly put it into O3 and say like, look, I kind of want to have like more information about all of this. So I'm not sure. So here it suggests to look at the time remapping. I'm not sure what that is. Frame map old. So here it becomes interesting. I'm just going to say I'm skeptical about what it found here. So what I'm going to do is, since this is not too much code, but you can see how it becomes quickly tedious to share information that actually should be easy to share, right? And I did my standard error, which is remove uppercase. So look up and research the necessary APIs. And so by pasting this, you see I didn't put any other test that explains what this is about. That's because I know that in this test field at the beginning, it will say, oh, this prints detailed FPS information, and this is about like testing the scene speeds and timing. So I don't need to have the full explanation of how I came to this, right? Like I don't need this information that was actually the originally relevant one. Actually, it doesn't even have the thing that was sent to the chat. Sent to chat. Like, yeah, I don't know. Why don't I see the stuff that I moved from over there? I wonder if this contains like more explanation here. How can I view this? Because I can't scroll in this. Man, this is not a fun API. Because currently it only tells me like the source code, but I'm sure there's the conversation in there. Have to expand it. No, there's no text of our conversation. It just sent the selected code. Okay, well, that's good to know. That means I'm just gonna stay into the chat window. So here, however, because I have O3, and I know that O3 is going to do like multi-step stuff, I am much more sure that it's going to come up with, because it's also steered, right? Like it knows what this is all about, which is like testing the scene speeds, but it also knows that it has errors. I think that's enough context to give it a clear research direction. I don't need to type it out because I'm about, the more time I spend creating this window to copy paste, the more or less valuable the output is, right? It's like I want to be fast, and often a fast way is to just type in the chat and continue, which is fair, but you have to weigh that against how high is the chance of it getting me useful output. Because even if I do just a chat, then the generation is going to be pretty long. And especially in Cursor, where you don't see stuff streaming, it's hard for me to assess the value of the output before it's there in full. And then I'll be waiting like 2 minutes until Gemini fails to apply edit changes or whatever, until I actually see what was generated and be like, oh, damn. While if I spend like, a minute tweaking my context window and then getting in 2 minutes a good result, then suddenly in 3 minutes, I know that I have something solid. So that's how I think about it. And I realized like, oh, I don't think many people think about it in this way, which is all of this is just like tricks for me to fill basically the string I'm going to send to the model to get useful information back in a certain amount of time and at a certain cost, right? Because like cost, especially with all these tools moving to a token-based billing, stuff like that, becomes important, but not just beyond that. Like tokens are just slow, right? The less tokens, the faster. That's just how it's given. And also the less tokens, the more you can use local models with a small context window or like small memory. And it's also locally loading stuff into memory costs quite a bit of time. So you stumble on 2 attribute name mismatches that crept in when the VSE API moved around 2.9. So this is right, like this is the thing. It has been, the training corpus has been stuck at 2.9 for a really, really long time, I think. And then that's why linking the source code might actually help. And so it also links us to all these like interesting things. So in this case, when I have like interesting data that I might want to reuse in the future, might want to like tweak, I'm going to put it into a new ttemp file under the current date. So I'm going to make a folder with the current date, which is, I guess, the 17th already, Jesus. And then I'm going to make a new file, 01, better API for testing strip speeds.md. And I'm spending a lot of time into this strip scene and settings because I think that's where a lot of issues are going to come from, right? Like if you load stuff and you don't remap it correctly to match the scene, or at least warn the user, then like none of the MCP is going to help. It's just going to like start to cut strips at the wrong time, and then fixing that is going to be a nightmare. So having these things line up is like my first priority. And I've done not a lot of video editing, but I've done a lot of electronic music and all this timing and moving strips around and stuff like that. So I kind of already know what's going to be pretty painful. And then in music already, you can like pretty easily stretch things later on. I think in video, that's going to be much harder, especially with something that's not, I guess, as quote unquote professional as Blender. So that's why I'm spending quite a bit of time in here. And now that we have this context, right? Now what I can do, and this is going to be interesting, is like put the FPS debugging code into a file, test scene speeds py. I have the test scene here, but I know it's wrong. So I could go back and just go in here and say, fix. No, I'm going to keep the bugs in here. And I guess maybe it's too late. I'm going to keep the bugs in here. And then maybe I'm just going to say fix it using 01 better API. And I just like put the O3 output in here. So obviously you see like the UI is not great for what I had to do. I had to like copy paste shit by hand, put it into chatgpt.com, copy paste the stuff from chatgpt.com and put it back in here. And the reason I do that is just it's more pleasant to look at chatgpt.com than having like an O3 run here that costs me a lot of money. And the output is just nicer, right? Because they have like a good system prompt in the chatgpt.com interface. However, doing this copy paste was, I think, more tedious than it needed to be. And that was fine. Like inserting it here, I think was fine. There's like, it's nice to be able to link files and do this all quickly. I like how the diffs are shown. I see that this text and context scene reference. Then I'm going to go to tests and speeds. And hopefully this all works for 443, right? Scene sequence editor. And so maybe this is something I can add as a rule. New cursor rule. Is that all it did? What the fuck? Don't I have... Oh, it opened the editor, right? Oh, my cursor rule is like project rule. Please enter a name, enter to convert. This is always, and then we are using the Blender for API. Make sure that you don't use old deprecated functions. Maybe that will help a little bit as we move forward with the generation. So we'll see. I'm also not like a good rules user. I never trust when they get applied and not. So I usually like linking my files more by hand, but I think this one will be useful for the project. And then we look like I am actually not too interested in understanding this in detail. I kind of want it to work. I hope that it works, and I hope that the deep research like kind of did its stuff, or like not deep research, but O3. So we're going to test this again, right? Like open the terminal. I'm going to clear the terminal. And Control Shift F4, YOLO. And you can see how much better O3 does its job. So we have the scene, base effective rate, and then it goes over the frame range, duration 250 frames, and then it doesn't go over the strips to print out the strip speeds, right? So this is something that I could add in here because we have all the context we want. I do want to keep like this O3 thing, and as I like iterate over all the strips and print out if they are remapped or not. And we'll see if that gets us there. And then I wonder if I put Blender into the docs. If I have like created blenders from the doc API. So this is something I could do as well. So here it's going to look at it. Are there speed factors that have been remapped? Also print out their sample rate for audio and their FPS for video to make sure they match each other and the scene settings. Hopefully all of this stuff is good. If we run into issues, we're going to do the back and forth through O3 again. Is my audio on? Yeah, everything's good, right? I'm like worried because I made a scene. I made a whole stream where I was silent. Audio separate, all of that. So I hope, since we don't have the support of like web stuffy here, I hope that this works. So we're going to see what happens. And then here, strip remaining info, we have no, and then I'm still like skeptical that I wanted to print out the FPS and speed factor. So always print sample rate, FPS, length in frames and seconds of each clip. even if not remapped. And here I'm being lazy, right? Like I'm sending huge context windows over there, even though I might necessarily just need this little snippet of the code that I want to modify, which is like a huge shrinkage of like this back and forth of generating the file. And then maybe I want like the result of O3. So let's look at it, right? Scene settings. This is interesting because this is like a pretty obscure thing. I wouldn't have guessed that that's where you have to look at. I'm going to clear the console. Is there a shortcut for clear console? I want a shortcut for that. I'm going to have to make like a console kind of layer. All right, but for the time being, see, the thing that like is interesting here is that the strip remapping info is that the audio strip doesn't match the video strip in its length, and that bugs me. And we can see we're going to continue chatting about this. And actually what I'm going to do now, I'm going to redo this O3 stuff. I'm going to start a fresh O3 situation, or maybe I'll just continue here. I don't pay for the data, but I kind of want to have the reasoning in its context window. Current script, so because we updated the script by ourselves, right? Like I wish I could edit this and just say like, look, this is the script you came up with. Like that's fine. And then I'm going to print out the output with the full thing, right? Because then it can match it in its reasoning, and I can also say, oh, look, it like didn't select the last one, which was the actually interesting part. Copy, does this work? And then I'm going to put this in here. And then I'm going to ask my question, which is, and see how I use the dash, dash, dash to separate like kind of what this was. Why could my audio be shorter than my video, and how could I examine that? And I'm tempted to say like, I think it's the sample rate, but I'm going to leave that out because I might be wrong. And then saying like my guess is maybe going to steer it into like a bad direction. And what's really interesting here is like actually looking at the thinking trace, and that one's missing in cursor as well. So it doesn't teach you anything. Even if it's wrong, it doesn't teach you anything about what might actually be interesting info for you to say like, yeah, differing frameworks or time stretching, I'll consider audio proxies, trimming, file specific issues. And all of this is grounded in the search it did before and its training corpus and whatever agentic RL training it has been doing in the background of like examining its own assumptions. Variable frame rate in their video. The difference in frame lengths could be due to how Blender interprets the frames mixed with content frame rates. Video frames may be inserted, duplicated, and since audio plays in real time, it can seem to be shorter. I'd suggest using tools like FFprobe to inspect video metadata and analyze frame rates, sample rates, and synchronization issues. We can also check whether the timeline's FPS differs from the input clip. So yeah, so see, that was my guess. The video is like at a different FPS, which stretches it. And did it actually print out the FPS here of the strips? It didn't, right? So I'm curious because I asked it explicitly to do that. Check what Blender is actually reading. Clip diagnostics. So that's good. And then confirm with file outside Blender, and then augment your script to flag problems automatically. So I'm going to copy both, and I'm going to apply them in Blender. So add, and then here I'm going to add the first clip diagnostic, and then I'm going to add the second one, which is the little warning, and then debug log strip settings and do the warning check. And now I'm going to send it, right? And so now the context of the existing script, and despite it having all this like nonsense over there, I'm going to put in here. This time I don't put the full all3 output because I'm just interested in the source code, it adding it, and now it's going to be able to mesh the whole thing without me having to do this work by hand, right? Like in the precursor days, pre-apply model days, you would have to take these things from OpenAI.com and weave them into the source code yourself, which was still faster than writing it by hand, but like obviously not as fast as this. And especially it would put me out of vibing mode. While here I'm like still kind of in vibing mode. I'm like, yeah, this doesn't work. This doesn't work. It's like technical stuff, but I'm not in coding brain mode. And that to me makes a huge difference in terms of working. And here you can see the source FPS is indeed 25, and the making sure that this has a difference. So I wonder why it didn't warn, why it didn't do this diagnostics, because it should have realized that it's bigger than 0.1, right? Debug clip diagnostics, and then it doesn't do the warning. That is interesting. The clip diagnostics come back, and the video FPS, where does that come from? Okay, but you should warn, right? So if I put this back in, now we do have like enough reasoning data to say like, well, it seems you should be warning here. Because I don't see any warning, since the video FPS of 25 doesn't match 24. And maybe I'll turn on a reasoning model here. Maybe I'll just use like Gemini Pro. Oh, I was working on another computer yesterday, so I think there's the new Gemini preview over there. Let me turn those off for now. Oh, there's 3.7 Sonnet Max. Interesting. Gonna turn those off. Actually, I think I have access to those, and I don't have... No, I have access to O3 here as well. All right, and then we're gonna use a preview, Gemini Flash preview. No, that's not what I want. I want Pro preview. Don't I have it? All right, well, Gemini 2.5 Pro, let's go. Because here, I'm just like curious at the test, at the thought stream. So, blah, blah, blah. And so here it's like, it has like this huge context, right? It has like the O3 reasoning output from the first one. And it might make sense to maybe put in the O3 reasoning from the second one here as well. So if I was like more into fun technical mode, I would read this more closely, but I'm in stream mode. So we hope that this line of reasoning is going to be like conducive. And also we hope that the file apply is going to work, because it's already outputting the code once and then it will output it twice. So these reasoning things are really, really token inefficient, and it often makes sense to rewind, right? Like the other thing about the cost of the size of the output and like going back and editing this like context window by hand is that the longer it becomes, the higher the chance of like hallucinations and stuff, right? And it was able to apply it. I love it. So what did it do here? It like removed the computation of this, and it just like uses the diagnostics, or it like, where does it get the effective thing over here? So I'm curious to see if it's able to print that out. It like skipped this calculation and just keeps the one from diagnostics, which I think is exactly what it should do. And now we can do the same stuff again, right? We can do Control-Shift F4, and we can print this out, and then we can see it has FPS mismatch, and explains us like how this could be handled. So what we want to do is just set like the scene FPS to 25, and then see what happens, right? So we're going to go in here, and then I don't know how to set the scene FPS actually. Scene collection, scene, I think scene settings, scene camera, scene FPS, render samples, frames. I think it might be into, I actually don't know. I used to be so good at Blender, but I'm not anymore. I'm not going to waste some O3 on this. I'm just going to go to like, actually I could just like ask on the CLI, right? So I could say like, how do I set the scene FPS in Blender? And this is going to hit Sonnet, I think. Open your Blender project, navigate to output properties, printer icon in the properties panel, and common presets include all of this. And then, you know, if I want to have like additional questions later on, I'm just going to leave this one open. So we're going to go to the printer icon, output, and then we're going to go to 25 FPS. And if we go to the video editor, did that fix the issue? Yeah, see, so now they're exactly the same length. And so I think what's important in this importing is what I'm going to do here is modify this test script, right? Just so that we're going to use this as a kind of like a reference strip as we go. Now I can start like a whole new chapter, which is I'm going to link the chapter 1 script, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, and I would say in all these scripts, check that the scene FPS matches the FPS of the clips. Actually, I'm going to say like check that the clips FPS matches each other. All strips have the same FPS audio sample rate, right? Actually, sample rate I don't think matters. Then make sure and set, if not, that the scene FPS is the same. This will make sure that we have a clean import. And I'm going to go to Sonnet 3.5, why not? And I'm going to link still this like better API thing just to see, just to have like some context that might give like the right API names in there. And now I'm going to do this, and then we're going to commit, because that was a good point to commit probably. And what we're going to do after that, and that's like something I want to test, is like if I do an import of a file that I have locally, is that actually going to work? Can I do like multi-file things with this extension, or will I have to be pushing stuff into their own little frame, or like send two files over as we need it? I'm worried that the imports are not going to work, so that's going to be a little bit of an issue. And here, I am spending all this time before diving into my MCP, because that's how my brain works, and it has like pros and cons to be so systematic from the beginning. But I can also imagine that it's going to be worth it, because if we don't make sure that we understand these like strip things and have the clean APIs, that as we go forward quickly, right, like to quickly get to a prototype, we might just code ourselves into something we don't understand, and at that point just make no progress. While here, stuff is plotting, is like very systematic, going through every API, making sure we have the right file to do the right thing, because once I have all these chapters, right, I'm going to ask it, like, based on all these chapters, like, now make a clean API reference of all the APIs of Blender used by these scripts. And then I'm going to launch a pretty deep research with O3 to say, like, well, furthermore, go on the web to the docs and like expand this with either links to the proper docs API, or like interesting additional attributes that we might need. And then suddenly we have a document with like clear URLs for where additional information can be fetched. And we can reuse that moving forward, right? It's like we have a file now that has link names in it for each little object. And so if we need to have a little bit more API for that one little object, I can do it in one shot where I take the whole file, select this little thing, and then say, like, please use the web to look up how to do XYZ. And so that will help us really quickly get useful output out of the model in the future to flesh out APIs that it might hallucinate. Because here it's always going to hallucinate. And this kind of thinking I have honed with small models that would hallucinate for everything, right? It's like the first GPT-3.5, if you had like an ampersand in the middle of a string, you would think like, oh, this is C, even though it was like Python before. And you had to really be careful about giving it context files that would really lay out stuff as needed. So now we have a check and set FPS in every little file, which is fine, right? And I can go back to my scene here. I can delete everything, and I can go back to my chapter 2 and basically now have a warning, and it should set the scene speed. If I go back to my layout part and I edit the FPS of the scene, I set to like some weird NTSC stuff or whatever. If I run chapter 4, it will hopefully work correctly and set the FPS to the current speed, right? And so if we look at this, add movie script, so it adds attempts to get file path, it prints out all the RNA properties. Did it do a specific check attempting to add image sequence, recap of all the strips added, and then does it do the FPS check at the end? Test for chapter. Did it change the scene FPS? No, it didn't. So okay, so what's going on here? Chapter 2, test and set FPS. No, FPS. Check and set FPS. And then is it doing this? Check and set FPS after adding all these strips. So we should be seeing like an FPS check here somewhere. Adding image sequence, adding all of that. Adding... Where is our FPS check happening? Print, added X strips to the sequence. Added sound strip, added attempting to add sequence, successfully added. Are we looking at the same output here? Is this really the one that it's printing out? Adding extracted, adding image sequence, recap of all streets, test for chapter 2 completed. All right, so where is this happening here? The check and set. It's happening in setup test sequence, setting up test sequence with video clips. Interesting. Why am I missing this output? Am I just blind? Or is it not called setup test sequence? Aha, it's not called. That's why, huh? So what we're going to do, what is C? Uppercase C. BPY context. So we're going to just add this to the main configuration, right? And then we're just going to add it at the end. And so hopefully this will actually work. And then it said scene adjusted to 25 FPS. And if we go back, we can see that the scene is now 25 FPS. Perfect. I don't know why this like test setup test sequence is done. This reuses logic from, I don't know why it added that, but that could make sense. If we go to chapter 1, we'll have the same stuff, right? Like we'll probably have test setup sequence. No, we don't. Is this check being done? Check and set FPS. It's done in main. So if we run chapter 1 Blender Book API, we do get the proper test check being done. Hopefully. Where is it? Check and set FPS. Sequence editor created successfully. All good. Scene and strips use 25 FPS. And then I think this doesn't even have strips. So we have that. And then in chapter 3 is we're probably going to have this again. Test and setup, test sequence. Is this being called? It's being called. And then do we have the check and set FPS? It's also being called inside setup test sequence. So if we run chapter 3, we can go back to video editing. We can delete all the strips just for fun. We're going to go back and set the scene FPS to like 240. If we now run this, oh, interesting. See that? Scene frame current in, oh, interesting. So this is something that we do need to fix a little bit. So fix, and I want to fix it across all 3 files. I hope because they've been edited, the files, that it's still going to do a pretty targeted file edit that's going to catch it, even though we removed some code and like moved it around. And exactly. So we need to use, these are kind of little things that are important, right? Because like split strip is like something we're going to be using over and over. So might as well make sure that it works in all kinds of cases. And then in this case, that's useful. A good way to like make sure that your arguments kind of work well is like, one thing I could do is just like fuzz the whole thing. And what we might as well do that since we have everything we need now. So going back to the scene, going back to video editing, going to delete all the strips we have right now. And then I'm going to run it again. And this didn't augur well. Object has no attribute name. So see, this was created in here. Was it created in here? No. Why doesn't it know name? Non-type has no attribute name. Clip split into video parts. So what's going on here? Let me just delete that. Do it from fresh. And now it's just going to paste all of this and see if it can figure it out. We're going to switch to a thinking model. So we're going to switch to this one. See what happens. The user only copied part of the log. Yeah, I did. And again, on stream, that's why I'm going pretty slow. Also, I don't take the time to actually read the small print and learn about what I'm doing, right? I'm just trying to move fast and show you interesting things. So I often run into these issues, and I think that's actually better for the stream to just see like what happens if you vibe code a little bit too YOLO and don't take the time to actually learn about what you're doing. Is like, well, you keep going into this like non-type and stuff like that, which might maybe if I start adding better type annotations or so. All right, so the problem here though is, oh, I didn't paste the stack trace. I'm an idiot. So the problem here was obviously, oh, it's when I scroll, it like doesn't take them into account. Oh man, this is such a bad thing. Oh man, how am I going to deal with this that it like always doesn't do? Oh, that's why I'm struggling so hard. I see. That might be why I struggle so hard. So I might as well add this to my crash, right? And I'm adding this trimming stuff because I do want to make sure that it's able to match it to the code, right? And then the traceback happens. So, all right, well, that explains why I might be struggling more than I feel I should be struggling, is like, well, I'm copy pasting the wrong stuff and it doesn't know about the errors I'm running into. So, so that could very well explain why, even if we go to the previous one, Oh, here it has, but only the traceback and not the logs that I wanted to show it. So I'm glad that it has this little line of code, because that allows it to anchor it at least a little bit. But here it will be able to anchor, oh, we iterated all these strips and it happened to this fourth one, which has this size that was printed out before. Actually, hopefully it has enough information about that. And that's why sending all of this log would have been like great. And I don't know how to do that. I can't like copy all. Okay, well, maybe that's the way to do it. Good to know. Oh my God. It does multiple thinking steps now. I don't think I've seen that with Gemini before. Man, it's like it's like a math mode now. I don't know what it's latching onto. I don't know if this is like the best part. That I don't want to work on the logic. I just want to figure out why I get none all of a sudden. So we'll see. This was a really long time thinking for Gemini, but you'll see, right? Like having split strip be a really robust function is going to be really important for an MCP that's based around splitting strips. So the time is invested correctly, and also the time it would take me to read the fine print would be really good, because like, what is this kind of diff here about? It doesn't look like an easy diff, right? And so we'll see. Hopefully, since I want to stay vibing a little bit, this is going to work, but it's not, because suddenly it has this like Gemini hallucinating syntax, which is a real issue. Which is a real issue in Gemini, right? It's like it starts doing these like little blips, and then it tries to fix them itself if you have turned on linting, and then just like fills the context window with like nonsense. So we'll see what happens. I'm worried now that this is just not going to work, and it's not figuring out the right attributes and all of these things. So I'm going to do something more interesting here. Like we saw that here we were missing some context, right? And now I'm going to do copy all. I'm going to put this copy all in here. And I'm going to link also C01 Better API and 01 internals. And what I'm going to do now to burn some money is I'm going to put O3 to the task. And we'll see how much better O3 is at like fixing this kind of like stuff. So I'm going to continue and revert. And I am trying again, basically this time making sure the full context isn't there, adding like all the kind of info that I can, and then using this like big ass expensive model. Because at this point I'm like, well, I could continue hunting down with Gemini, but it's going to take me time. It's maybe not going to be cheaper, because Gemini, I ran out of fast requests, so now I'm like just paying by the request. Ran out of like 2,000 fast requests. Just to give you an idea. And I'm staying in chat mode instead of going to AMP code, because I'm actually more interested in the reasoning things behind all of this. And I will, at the end of this chat, once it like fixes it, I will create a document or ask it to update the documents that we have to include that information, right? So hopefully O3 did a good job, that this time it actually works, because I trust O3 more. And right, like that's why I trust O3 like a little bit better, is like it's just able to do this. And if we look at the changes it made, looking at the error, it seems the issue with the split strip function, is that the first one? Yeah, okay, so here. Oh, now it outputs more. Okay, great. That was like a fixed bug, and it's able to read more files. It's able to read more. Okay, so this is great, because this was missing before and made O3 pretty much less useful in Cursor, because I wouldn't even benefit from the cost that I was paying to get at least like also like info about what it's doing. It would just be like, oh, like that's $4. Like, please, here it's fixed. So at least it's fixed, but now I have a better chance of understanding. All right, so that's cool. Analyze in detection method. And now I can go back to like say Sonnet, not the max version. And I'm going to be, okay, so update 01 and 02 Blender internals and 01 Blender video Python API for dummies. And maybe do we have 03's Blender sound strip? No, we have 04 Blender add-on guide. No. To incorporate this new information and also write a detailed write-up. Actually, I'm going to do first, write a detailed write-up of this bug fix Odyssey in TTemp 25051702 fixing split strip robustness. .md. So because I just want to have like this full write-up, I could have maybe asked O3 to do that in the first step. That would have been a good idea actually, because I don't know how much of the O3 thinking tokens it's going to have in its window, right? And so not being able to see the streaming output here removes a lot of value, I think, of an inference, right? That's why the time it might take me to do the copy paste might be like 20 seconds longer, but it's going to be worth it because I'll be able to read it as it's streaming and stop early if it needs to be stopped early. And that saves me time. Here, I'm going to be waiting for like 40 seconds or whatever without being able to do anything useful. I mean, obviously, in this case, I'm chatting with you, but that to me removes a lot of the usefulness of these models because they actually make me not just move slower, but also make me learn less about the project. Because learning, if something goes wrong and I stop it early, that's also knowledge gained, right? Like it teaches me how to be a better prompt engineer for it to not happen. And if I recognize very quickly what it is, usually that's a fairly easy prompt fix to do. What's annoying is like when it starts doing weird stuff down here and I can't see it really as it streams, and then that doesn't teach me very much. So if we look at this document, now we have something that might be pretty nice to understand what was going on, right? So it says like, oh, there's like a no select. The root cause on part B, it crashed. So we add the robustness and then we enhance split strip and it did all of that. And so now what we can do, because our context window is like large as fuck now, right? Like we have tons of documents and I want to further edit tons of documents. I can actually start a new chat, basically clear my context window, now fill it with the 3 files that I want to better edit, and then do it in one go, right? So it's update 01 Blender Video API and 02 Blender internals with the new knowledge gained in 02 fixing split strip robustness where necessary, right? Because it could very well be that the documents don't need to have that update. And then in this case, I don't want to necessarily add on to documents even further. So I'm going to use 3.7 Sonnet because I don't know, I think it writes not too bad. And here it's going to be constrained, hopefully, to not start editing source code on its own, which is what it often does. We'll see. And then after that, we're going to take a short break of 15 minutes. And I hope that I have my break stream screen loaded here. Interactive break time. I think that's the nice break time thing. Okay, cool. So what did we add to the first document? We're now, suppose with the remaining part, we detect an unwanted section from frame and we want to cut it out. We cut it out with, and it updated the yeah, so this is exactly the place where I want it to add this like correct split, because every time I reference now this Blender Video Python API for dummies, I do get like a much better API out of it. And so it will like start copy pasting stuff better if I reference it, or like I can use smaller models to still do correct code without them having to do all this reasoning to get to the correct code. Silent failures and operators based APIs. Some Blender operators can silently fail or produce unexpected results without raising exceptions. This is interesting. I don't know how useful that is, but you know, this is like kind of a very small addition and could be pretty useful for all of it. And then what is the last diff that it added? That's all, right? Best practice. Where did it do the best practice? Oh, there's another addition here, and those things are also pretty good to have in here, right? It's like, in general, for writing scripts, this is kind of the nice information to be added, and so we're gonna add it to the first document as well. It's like add the best. So what did it change in this one? Did it add some section about defensive programming? In summary, trimming can be done, and so add the better practices about defensive programming to the 01 Blender video API for dummies as well. Since that's the core document we're going to use moving forward, it's a little bit verbose being a book, right? It's a lot of tokens that might not be necessarily important for a model. It's just like phrasing things nicely for a human to have fun while reading. So we'll see if we distill it down to an API thing. Problem with like distilling it down to 2 documents is that now I have like 1 more document to update as we do things. This seems like a little bit too long, but also I hope that it's correct at this point, because this could be like a little bit more hallucinated, right? I'm not sure. But we'll leave it at that right now, and maybe now is a good time to commit as well. Because if we go into Blender Python, so we're going to add ttemp, we're going to add Python Blender, and then what did we modify here? I think we can commit everything here. And now we're just going to be like sparkles, update Blender documents to have both FPS checks and more robust strip splitting. And we're going to push it to the wrong directory. So we're going to go back to main. We're going to, what is this? We're going to do like art, whatever, test.js change. I think I was trying to build like a thing that sends JavaScript to Chrome CDP. I think I actually got pretty far doing that. So should have checked my branch before. I'm going to create a new branch, which is add further Blender MCP. And we're going to go and we're going to just cherry pick this other commit, which, you know, maybe there's a more elegant way to do this, but and this we're going to push to further Blender MCP. And because I just want to be like do things cleanly a little bit, remote JS executor here, I'm going to rebase this interactively, and I'm going to just like kill this one. How do you do that? Wait, how do I drop it? Oh, it's with D. All right. And so now I just remove it from my add remote JS executor because I don't want it to have like a huge Blender commit in there. Not that labs is something I give too much shit about the cleanliness of the Git, but it also doesn't hurt necessarily. All right, I'm going to go on a break. We're going to do a 50-minute break and see you in 50 minutes. Man, I need to be more careful about this this screen going black. But we're back soon. Hydration and rest. All right, we're back. We're back. Wait, what is going on? Okay. So we committed before we stopped to whoever might have joined in the meantime. We're working on an MCP to do video editing in Python. We've been iterating with a bunch of O3 calls and other reasoning calls just to make a pretty robust split strip API, because it was like doing weird things. We also added checks to make sure that the FPS of the scene matches the FPS of the clips, just to really set the foundations of what we're going to work on. But we have a chapter, because I created a little book about Blender, right? And you can see all of this in the GitHub for all of this project, which I will show again. So it's in GoGo Labs. We have a branch for it, further Blender MCP. And then here in the directory, Python Blender, you can follow along and you can see, for example, that we have here, this is the Blender API video sequence editing for dummies. It's like kind of a whole book in quotes because it's like 40 pages or so. And we're going through it chapter by chapter, building scripts that allow us to check these different chapters and how they work. And as we're going through it, we have to adjust the API or any kind of little bug that we find. We address it immediately, because these documents, we want them to be of a really good quality so that we can reuse them in the future, right? And not have the models hallucinate stuff that we already fixed in the past. So I'm spending quite a bit of time going through these and really making sure that everything works. And we were in our chapter 3 blend book to set up the scene to make some editing. And we saw that the audio clips were a little bit shorter than the video clips, tracked it down to setting up the FPS of the scene. And what we're going to do now is we're going to demonstrate the trimming, right? Like, now that we have fixed the setup test sequence, we're going to go to demonstrate the trimming. And first, before we do that, we're just going to load the scene and see what happens. So if I press Control-Shift-F4, we should have the scene set up, and we can see now that the strips line up exactly because we have changed the FPS nicely. So time to move on. We're going to go back here and we're going to demonstrate the trimming, and we're going to remove the clips just to make sure that they get removed. I wonder if they get removed here before we initialize. We might want to add this, and it's like remove all existing strips before initializing, and we'll see what that does. Hopefully, just giving it the Python, it's going to be, because it has no other information about all of this, right? Hopefully it's going to recognize it's Blender and going to be using the right API. I did add something to the cursor rules to say, like, use the Blender 4.4 API, which might or might not help. But we might as well test it, right? Like Control-Shift-F4, and it did some weird stuff here. That's interesting. Control-Shift-F4, and we end up having this like weird little bug now with... So I wonder, is this only coming from this part here, right? Or what else happened in between our edit? Oh, it does trimming. So we already have the demonstration of the trimming. So that maybe is what is happening here. We're going to start, and as we load it, that's perfect. And we can accept our change. If we do Control-Shift-F4 again, we do still have the trimming, which I should remove only after we test this. We should have only one strip here. All right, so it does clear the scene. If I move the strips around and messed all of this up, we should start with a clean scene again. And that's perfect. And now we can start looking at the trimming. And what's weird about the trimming, what it seems to be doing here is that it seems to move this one strip up one channel, which is very interesting. It's probably a bug in the trim strip start. Trim at the beginning, trim at the end. And if we run this, we can see it did do the trimming, and it does look like 24 frames to me. However, it moved the audio strip one channel. So this is something that we might want to start like investigating. Where does this come from? Does this come from the audio trim strip start part? Because I don't think it comes from the end. So we're going to try this again. We know that it's going to reinitialize the scene pretty correctly, or yeah, right? And so it seems that it's already happening here. We can see now, we just like do standard debugging, right? And maybe I want an agent to be able to do this debugging. So it really happens in trim strip start on the audio. And I kind of want to have a loop that debugs this, because I don't necessarily want to have it change that. This really seems pretty innocent, right? So I'm not sure why it moves it up. Original start, original frame start. And then that's all it does. This is really weird. So what we might want to do And I really wonder if we can add this Blender MCP. The problem with the Blender MCP that I saw is that it just like comes with a shit ton of functions that I'm just interested in the Python function. So I ran an MCP, clone the repo, create a Python virtual env, start the MCP directly, and click connect to Claude, point Claude at the Python command you just started. Grab the MCP prep. This also looks like pretty annoying. So we might want to try this just to see, does this allow us to run this this MCP thing, and then we can maybe modify it to only expose one tool, because there's no way to select tools in Cursor, which is kind of annoying. Like, right, like I load an MCP, but I don't want like the 80,000 tools that it exposes. Maybe they changed that, but I don't think they did. If we go to the MCP and we edit this, we can't select which tools it uses, which is annoying, right? And then why does it have all of these enabled? It keeps re-enabling them. All right, so we're going to try to clone this because it's going to really help us a lot. Like, it's worth, again, spending the effort into having a Blender MCP that's really useful to do. Once the agent is able to send code on its own behalf and get the output of the console, which I hope it really does, then we might really... So let's see. I want to use UV a little bit more. Why is Python pyenv install 3.13.2? Definition not found. Pyenv install -list. Try upgrading pyenv. So we're gonna, I guess we're gonna start. Oh my God, what is? This is like the rabbit hole shit. And I wonder if I like should start training an agent on this kind of stuff. So yeah, sure, commit your merge. And then what did it say? Git pull. All right, cool. You have divergent branches and need to specify how to rebase them. Oh, I don't know why I tried to merge. Git reset hard origin master. All right, pyenv version. Pyenv install this. Hopefully now it has the latest version. Perfect. We'll be able to then go back to Blender MCP, use UV to do this. It has a Python version set, so I'm not going to fuck with it. I'm going to go with the flow. And I'm going to edit the MCP to see if we can remove the function. Actually, what I'm going to do in the meantime is I'm just going to load the MCP as it's supposed to be loaded. And we'll see if that actually really matters with the number of tools in there. But would be pretty interesting. So we need to add UVX Blender MCP. We're going to do this with my little tool. We're going to go to Cursor. We're going to add an MCP that's called Blender, command path UVX, arguments, Blender MCP. And hopefully that does it. How do I submit this? Alt S. All right. And if we go back to Cursor, we see we have a Blender. It has like all of these tools, which maybe is not the worst thing. And execute Blender code is the one we want. And it doesn't tell me if it's going to return the STD out. So that's going to be interesting, right? Like, we have the execute Blender code. We can now go to a new chat, can like use 3.7 Sonnet, why not? And it's like print the number of strips in Blender. And actually, I think we do need to have other stuff set up in Blender, right? In Blender, download the add-on PY from this repo, open Blender, go to edit preferences add-on and click install. So we still need to do something here, which is preferences. Where is this again? It's like in a weird location. Go to edit preferences. Well, it's not weird, but it's not the one I'm used to. We go to get extensions. We go to add-on. Install. So where is the install button? Online extensions. Install from disk. Then we're going to go to code, others, Blender, MCP. And we're going to choose add-on PY. Cool. And then starting the connection, we do have a Claude tab over here. Blender MCP. And we're connected to the MCP server. Cool. Print the number of strips in the Blender's scene video sequence. Is it going to call the tool? All right. And cool. And there are 6 strips. All right, perfect. So this works. I mean, interesting to look at how to potentially run an MCP from the repo and like update it and stuff like that. But maybe I don't want to deal with too much Python today. This is already a lot. Can you write a test py file and ask Blender to load it to avoid sending too much Python over? Here, I want to have files and then just like have it loop over the files and load them. So except, let's execute the script in Blender. So this is where I'm interested. It's going to do... All right, let's see. I don't want exec. I want to compile exec. All right, so this works. Nice. Nice. Can you now use functions from this file directly? If necessary, create a function with a funny name. What I want to see is like, okay, well, how much do I need to reload these files? Although the code to reload these files would be like pretty simple to write, right? And so now it's calling it, it's importing the script, and then it's going to be calling the funky functions, right? And so that worked. So that's cool. And so update test py to have a import file function so that we can run it faster. So I'm setting up the scene so that it's very easy for an MCP to say like, oh, well, use the load file, but actually this would be like a nice MCP tool to provide, right? To say, oh, well, I want like a little MCP tool that just like imports a file and runs a function from that file, that kind of stuff. So now let's test a new import file functions. Well, yeah, create a new test2py with funny names first. Just so that we don't like reload the file itself, stuff like that. I can see it like causing issues. So this is pretty neat. This works better than I expected. It might allow us now to use agents to do the work for us, to test all of these things, make sure to query all of that, and basically, you know, run scripts on their own and then fix them based on the output. So let's run it. Let's see what happens. And yeah, that worked. This is great. I really love this. Really love this. This is amazing. Let's try another function from a new module. And does it import the import lib reload test2? That's interesting. All right, cool. write a document about defining this import function, how to use it, how it's implemented, the low level parts of it if relevant, C02 Blender internals API, and then write ttem 250517 how to import Blender Python code elegantly over Blender mcp.md. And so half of my prompt engineering is just a file name, right? Which very precisely tells what this file name should be, what this file should be about, and that really restricts what it's going to write into this file as well, right? Because models really are going to latch onto, well, this is the name of the file, I really shouldn't like start adding 18 sections about performance considerations and stuff like that into it. So I really like this technique. It also makes it easy just looking at the files to figure out what they're for, right? However, I don't like not seeing the streaming output. Here we did all the Python stuff. We're not gonna look at this later. I'm really proud of this little editing UI, but it was AMP code. I think it was AMP code. Maybe I did code some stuff manually. All right, so now we have this file, and I'm actually curious to reading it because this is kind of going to be the core of our AMP code loop, which we're going to use now. When using Blender through MCP and external editor environments, repeated code execution becomes inefficient, blah, blah, implementation detail or example demonstrates how to structure Python modules for Blender. The import mechanism is this file here, how to use it, import the module, reload test. But so it had to first send that file over, didn't it? Write a test py and ask Blender to load it. Add a section on how to bootstrap the first import based on, right? So this is kind of missing. And we need to add, like, how does this initialize at all first, right? It's like we do need this bootstrapping for having this function very much at first. We could, of course, send it over, but I think it makes more sense to say, like, look, this is how you do a raw import. And then you can use the raw import to bootstrap the import functionality. And then you can use that to just like load it, right? So this is pretty important because we can reuse this in the future, even in other projects, and say like, look, this is great. This is how you kind of bootstrap your Blender MCP to just send Python over and load files and then have agents do that work with it. So interesting stuff. All right, cool. We're going to look at the diff, or not. Bootstrapping, first time, load this. This method locates your script file in your working directory. The module path setup. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I didn't see that, but that's cool. I want to have both methods documented. And now is going to start to be really cool, and where I also don't really know where this is going. We're going to use AMP code. Let me just see that I'm in the right workspace. How do I switch that? How do I log out? I don't know how I log out. Because I'm in a different workspace here. I'm gonna figure that out on stream, so we'll have to go back later. All right, we're gonna create a new chat, and then here we're just going to generate an agent MD, and hopefully it's going to look at. I wish I could edit this before it starts doing the agent, but because I wanted to link this 03 how to import Blender Python MCP code. And short instructions to initialize the Blender import setup over MCP C03. How to initialize the whole thing, right? Just like 2 lines of instructions. All right, that's what I wanted. MCP import setup, run once. Only when asked. I guess I don't. Whatever. I'm not sure this is a good idea. But we created our agent MD, right? And it's like gonna say we're gonna add the MCP itself. So add MCP server name belay UVX, and then it's going to be, what is the name of the UVX? UVX, where are you, my dear console? Claude config, no, cursor config, and then this one is Blender MCP. Okay. Blender MCP. And it has these. We can edit. We can't select the tools, which would be good, right? To just like mask certain tools, because I don't need all of this stuff necessarily. And we're going to create a new thread, and we're going to say, chapter 3, we're verifying and learning the Blender Video API for Dummies book. We are at chapter 3. Please work on the script chapter 3 Blender book PY to make sure it all works. And hopefully that's going to be enough to have it learn. Actually, for the agent MD, we're going to remove the setup, then to send Python code over to the MCP, right? Like, oh, this is actually the stuff at the bottom. We're not going to use this. So interactive testing requires user interaction, and then automated testing, send commands over Blender MCP with the Blender MCP tool, right? Is that what it's called? Let me see. With the execute Blender tool code, with Blender execute Blender code tool, leverage, and then send manual commands. So send Python code, load entire files using, so what is the test py? Using import file. Using import file. Wait, why is it telling us to? That's not what I want. Using wait, so what is this doing here? Oh, using this method at the bottom, right? So let's go back to agent MD. So the import file is actually not doing what I wanted. So this is loading, importing, loading files, importing files. All right, hopefully this is good enough of an agent MD, and then I kind of I don't know if this is going to reload this. We are verifying learning this. I'm going to just like start a new thread just to be on the safe side. All right. So hopefully it will understand what I mean. If not, I'll go back to the agent MD because that's going to be really important to make sure AMP code always knows how to deal with all of this, right? So it is pretty clever, all of this. Right? I'll check the script and fix any issues. I see that there's a premature return statement preventing most of the demo code from running. Perfect. And then no, you don't need to do that. Man, this is Sonnet 3.7 shit. I hate it. But whatever. You do you. All right. Yeah, whatever, Sonnet 3.7. Let's let it do its magic and see what happens. And next week we maybe will be using Codex, the ChatGPT one, and see if it's able to do the same kind of stuff. Today, I hope that, well, this was a lot of good preliminary work. It's like we verified a bunch of APIs, we figured out how to do the FPS check, and now it's doing that issue. And the problem is that it's not able to find this file name. And so now it was able to add it, I think, to the path, and it was able to execute it, and it was able to output all of this, and the script executed successfully. Let's make one more improvement to fix the issue with the segment removal demonstration, right? Which is, which we're then going to ask it to do a write-up, which I should actually have done right from the beginning, to update our document files, right? So I'm curious if it's like doing too much here in terms of like it wants to correct the code instead of telling us that maybe the stuff is like, what is this? Why is there a problem with indentation? Oh, wait, this is Python, right? Like this is annoying. You have to send these huge diffs over instead of having the auto formatter do work for you. And then that causes it to like remove all of this kind of nonsense, which is interesting. Here's a summary of the changes we made. Remove the premature return, fix the video and audio trimming to properly demonstrate trimming from both start to end, which is a removing comments, I think there. Add more robust path checking, add a proper error handling in the slip edit and moving strip sections. Improve the segment removal demonstration with better validation and error handling. The script now successfully demonstrates all the key concepts from chapter 3. Slip editing to adjust content. And then so now we're going to say, write up a detailed document about what you did and found. This is something I should put into the base instruction, right? And then say put it into 2025 0517, and then I think we're at 04. M code first pass at chapter 3.md. And this is just to like kind of salvage our context window and be able to reuse it in the future. But also, I do want to understand what the deal with the slip editing is, because I think this is like starting to look like garbage here, and I'm not sure if actually what it did is correct, right? So I do actually want it to do things step by step, and so I'm going to split it out to say like, okay, well, load. Now that it has all this code, I will be able to use this to actually test little simple functions to see. I don't fully understand what this is supposed to be. And then I also want you to, after each step, to kind of like get information. And because we're able to load and reload modules, what we can do is like we can always create little functions that do exactly the one thing we need, just edit them on the Mcode side, send a very short MCP command over to Blender, and then reuse these functions as we go to get to get proper information, right? So we now want to better understand and double check that our individual demos, splitting, etc., actually work correctly. For that, we want to create custom scenes for each case and use a general method to print the scene beforehand, the scene information, the scene video sequences info beforehand, and then print it afterwards to ensure things worked as planned. These utilities should be in a separate reusable file. Include, for example, the FPS check as well. Then test the individual features of chapter 3 by wrapping each into its own function as well. So this is a lot of instructions. I hope that it will understand what I'm after, but let's see. And so we're going to build up this utilities file over and over and over, and this is actually going to turn into what I picture our MCP to be, which is going to be a simple execute code and then have it load a huge module at first, and then this module is going to have like a whole set of little functions that are geared towards video editing. And as we build things, these things could potentially become like create YouTube short from blah, blah, blah transcript with a parameter like func, which will make it very easy to prompt then afterwards. And then this function decomposes into like lower level functions. But because the only MCP tool that exists is like execute Blender code, what we pull into the context of our conversation in terms of API descriptions and libraries and stuff and all of that is going to be very powerful because we can switch between different sets of tools and also like build tools as needed. So this goes back to like the Voyager paper, which you could look at, where Voyager LLM paper, which I really wonder why it hasn't, like these techniques haven't taken off more, is this is an agent that plays Minecraft. It goes back to 2023. This is like pretty old, right? And what this agent does is like it has like a low level Python API to interact with Minecraft, but as it learns, say, how to beat a zombie or to do certain things, it stores the function, the code that it used as a function, and then it reuses the function. And in a way, this is kind of what we're doing now. And so like, create like a whole set of library tools to do these different things that we want to do, and then start reusing those, because the name of the function is like much more easy to map than like these low level API spanning, broken, deprecated Blender things that always kind of like are problematic. If we hide them behind APIs, and especially like build our whole level of APIs, we just, in a way, build our own MCP tools, right? And if you go back to the stuff I talked on Thursday of considering LLMs as more like transform this input into this output, MCP tools are just tokens. MCP tool calls are just tokens in the output, and then they get interpreted by the cursor API here, or by actually the API layer that Claude or OpenAI put in front of the raw token stream. But the same, like a tool call is literally, there's no difference for the model except how it was trained to like generating Python code and us interpreting this Python code. The thing with like generating Python code, combining that with MCP tool calls and the way they're interpreted, and then being with an AMP code which is able to write files, we kind of have the best of all the worlds. It's like we do have a memory for these skills, I think they call it in the Voyager paper. That's just Python files. we have a way of interacting with Blender, which is this execute code and like a couple of other functions. And then the more we go forward, for example, here, we're going to have a skill that's going to be print the scene info, print the strips info. And then we're going to use this tool to this skill. Now that we have it, instead of always sending over all this code, we're going to build like a little skill that's called like demonstrate segment removal. And then we're going to exercise it until it works. And so this is Sonnet 3.7, like this is too much. Like this is too much for what I want to do, which is like one of the problems maybe with AMP code. Maybe it's good. Maybe I should like not be as anal about it. But to me, this is too much code because we don't even have validated all of this stuff. And yeah, man, I don't know. I don't know if the main actually even makes sense. So now it's executing the Blender code, right? And I don't even see the call. We're going to see if the trimming works. Great, the trimming test works. Let's try running all the tests to verify each demonstration. And I kind of want to make sure that it does spend time comparing the results. So what might have been the issue with split editing in our first foray? Because, I mean, I haven't even looked at what it generated, but it has the VSE utils, which has all these little utilities we've been capturing over time. And then clear all strips, print sequence info, check and set FPS, find and test media dir, set up test sequence. Like all of these things are pretty cool, right? So let's see what AMP code says here. The thinking might be interesting to look at. Let's analyze what, oh yeah, this is interesting. I wish I could make this bigger. I wish I could copy paste out of here to save this. Whoever from SourceGraph that might be listening or not, I should think of keywords to mark things beyond just markers in the stream transcript. Please make it easier to extract information out of here. The split operation was being applied after trimming operation had already modified strips. We were trying to split at frame 404, which might have been at or near a strip boundary after previous operation. But right part showed this, which suggests the right part wasn't properly linked during the split operation. Even in this clean setup, we saw this. The key problem appears to have been XYZ. Please validate this with some code in a new file that also succinctly explains the problem. In comments, right? Reuse VSE utils. So now, because I'm kind of interested in everything that's like, oh, it went wrong and it didn't move it right, I kind of want to have it here. And now we're going to try the first really funky stuff. Now that we can already do pretty funny things, I'll show you the kind of stuff we can start doing by just talking to the model, right? And we're going to also use this conversation where it was pretty successful to write a very short guide on how it should actually interact with the Blender MCP now that it's figured this out, right? Because what we put into the agent MD was like not great. It worked. But so now we can execute this, right? Name file not loaded. Let's fix the fast issue. So these are the useful things now, which I don't need to do tediously by hand as we did before, right? Like pressing Control-Shift F4 and copy pasting stuff from the console and all of that. That's going to be like pretty nice. No module named appendix explore DNA video sequence editor. So that I actually don't fully understand what it is about. Let's try a more direct approach. So is that because the sys path is not set? Set up path. Sys path append. Import modules with reload. So what did it do here with the execute over here? Oh man, it sent the whole thing over. So I'm actually curious into seeing like why is it not able to print this out? So perfect. This demonstration clearly reveals the surprising behavior of Bender split operation. The split operation doesn't create two strips at different timeline positions as one might expect. Instead, the original strip is modified but stays at its original position, and so wait, what was it? Was it the slip though, however, that it had problems with? I'll check the script and fix any issues, and then code executed. Now it split the second stream. The slip edit worked as expected. One more explanation to fix the issue around the segment removal. Let's execute the script again with removing a segment, but it's gracefully handling the error. Now investigate both the importing the module. Didn't this work before? Print the path. And then investigate the removing strip issues we had in the first test script to make sure that has been addressed and explained as well. The context window is starting to get like a little bit big here. Starting to think about that. But since we're doing exploratory work, it might make sense to just continue because we have so much exploration, investigation context that might be hard to put back in and provide value. So I'm not sure. It's interesting. I've never seen it make a to-do before. I guess that's because I asked it to do two things. Like I think it's coming back to the and then some kind of thing in the system prompt. Although I didn't check the like encourage model to do test things. And I think we can see here the first issues of a too long context window. I'm not sure why this file content has been missing. I think it's like starting to do maybe like very subtle syntax errors, but I have no way of knowing. And we'll see. It's weird that it used like a different name here. Like I really wonder where this is coming from. Because we are at 100,000 tokens, which is where I think Sonnet 3.7, in my experience, starts to crumble. So depending on where we're at, we might rewind, create a document that explains the investigation and the next steps, and then move it to a clean window. I wonder why it says like create a script and then it edits the utilities thing. But it created an investigation for the module. This is starting to be a little bit of a mess because there's so many files in the same directory. So I might want to start organizing them into different directories. And that's something I might just ask AMCode afterwards. Just use the move tool to move stuff around and clean shit up into directories so that I don't have to deal with it myself. And then we'll start a new chat. What is it editing in VSE utils that takes so much time? Because I mean, this really is the main part of what we're starting to build as an MCP. And so I wonder why it's adding all of this to VSE utils and also why it's editing it. Like, why is it recreating everything? Is the thing that I think this is due to the context window just like starting to be too full. This is weird that it recreated that is kind of weird. And also I made the mistake of not committing before. So we might have to rewind depending on where we're at. because it did create this VSE util up here. The cool thing is that this is going to be stored on the web page, right? Like as a thread. And you know, why don't I link it actually? Because the first VSE util we have here, I think might actually be better than what we have, or it might be exactly the same, but I don't think it has changed. Clear all scripts, print sequence info. Then we have like the test and check FPS, which also looks pretty similar. Find and test media dir, setup test sequence, and then diagnostic, which weren't there in the first one. So I wonder why it rewrote the whole file. I suspect it's because it failed to run the edit tool and then looped back on itself. And it's creating it again. No? No. This is segment removal investigation. And then it's going to, man, this is like a lot of code. Let's run the module and import investigation again with better error handling. So what happened here? Why don't I see the output? Is it like just not outputting anything? I think we're getting into the weeds here, but like this kind of worked because what did it do here? It opened it and executed it. Right, this is weird. So it's able to load the module. I'm not sure what this might require. And like, let's look at the segment removal. I'm getting a little bit angsty around this. So we'll see. And once we have that, I'm going to commit to not fuck stuff up. I'm going to ask it to write a little reference document. Actually, I won't. Like the VSE util is not too big at the moment. So I'm going to go to labs and then go into Python Blender. And we're going to see what we have here. And what is it doing over here? Communication with Blender. Module VSE util has no attribute print strip details because it needs to reload it, right? Because we do have seen it. Print strip details. Yeah, it has it. Let's fix the util reference and try again. There's some weird stuff with the modules going on, which I don't fully understand. Checking file existence, this exists, this exists. So it's starting to hallucinate, I think, the like appendix explore DNA video sequence editor. I think I do need to take a short break again, and then we'll be back here. Okay, cool. And it's editing this pretty much as well, which is really cool. It's creating a new file. I'm not a fan of how ambitious Claude Sonnet 3.7 is in this session. I wish I had something that was like a little bit more careful instead of writing like 20,000 lines of code. But we'll see, right? Like, let's just roll with the flow and explore. It wrote like 1,600 lines of code, which, yeah, is a little bit too much for my taste. But who knows? That's interesting. We attempted to import it okay. So the underscored version doesn't exist on disk, only the hyphenated version. Always use underscore instead of hyphens. Okay, so what we're going to do, it's good that there's guidelines here. So we're going to say, okay, rename the modules based on guidelines and also sort all the files you created into subdirectories. Then also add a very short instruction to agent MD on how to name files so that they can easily be loaded into Blender. Use move, don't read files, afresh, and then that's it. Because I don't want it to like pile on even more context into all of this, right? It's already at 64%. I'm not sure how much these hallucination caused it. If there were any, if this like maybe I'm being too paranoid about the size of the context window and the degradation, but I kind of wanted to be doing this. And this is exactly kind of what I wanted, right? It's like going to make, it's going to rename these things, and then it's going to rename them into utils and chapters and scripts, tests and investigations. I'm going to run that, and then I'm going to ask it to test if it can do these like subdirectory imports, right? Let's try more careful and do it like step by step. Yes, that is a pretty good idea, even though it will probably cost me an arm. So what happened here in the output? Can I see the output? Oh, copy output. That's great. I do want the same for the thinking traces, right? Why can't I see the output here? Oh my God, what is it doing? It's like weirdly cut off. All right, run once. Why is it doing the stuff over and over, the same stuff again? And then it's like kind of cut off. This is like where agents start to fail, right? It's like it just like start going into a loop and just doing nonsense. And I wonder if it just like duplicated everything like 18 times. No, it actually seems to be pretty clean. It just like hasn't, no, actually, it didn't do shit, did it? Holy fuck, this like kind of went completely sideways. Yeah, no, I just want to copy the command. I want to see what it looks like here. And, all right, so that's cool. And I'm just going to paste it and edit it. So this doesn't have, cannot copy stat, corporate labs, Python, Blender, scripts, appendix, Explorer. Chapter 1, Blender book. Why is it so hard? Because it didn't rename them properly. Jesus Christ, why didn't it copy them properly? So this is, yeah, and this was easily way more wasteful than anything we did before, right? Because every time it does this, it will actually, and it's probably in the wrong subdirectory is something that I suspect. So I'm going to copy the command as well. Like, look at what is going on here, because this looks perfectly fine to me. And it was like maybe executing it in the wrong directory. Like, I'm not sure what might have happened here. But because now, like, this first command just like worked nicely, right? How can I make it ignore the dot history and the mypy history? Why does it have two histories as well is the question. Did we open this maybe another time, or I don't know if I'm doing the right thing right now. But who knows? We're going to add this to the vim git ignore. So dot history dot mypy cat. Actually, I should do this in cursor git ignore. And I should just like go in here and then fill this with a standard Python style git ignore plus dot history plus mypy cache plus pycache. All right. Oh man, this is like Sonnet 3.7 bullshit. Why not? And so now we have add.getIgnore, add dot, hopefully, and we're going to commit this, add a lot of utilities for checking things. We're going to go back in AMP code. At least we get committed, so we can go back without fear and go back to the beginning of this debacle to update agent MD, right? We renamed all files and sorted them. And then I want to test this. I want to test, yeah, this is maybe a little bit too much. Scripts, pwd, and then find dot. So we're just going to send this over. So we're going to add this over to, we renamed all files and sorted them. Test importing things in a subdirectory now. Then also add a very, and we're going to go back here. Hopefully this is not going to revert too much. All right, cool. And then we'll see. We're back at like a lot of tokens here, 112. Maybe I should start a new window. Who knows? And then we'll see how things go. Alrighty, righty. All right, it's doing a bunch of stuff. I wonder if it's like create a test script to verify imports with the new directory structure. And then I wish it would run it as well. And yeah, I shouldn't have asked 3.7 to load all of this stuff, but yeah, maybe it's not bad. And now it's executing the import setup and it was failing. So now we'll see if it's doing its loop, and then hopefully it will also edit agent.md to fix it in case this is all done. But so you can see how setting this stuff up is really important, because otherwise we'll just like code ourselves into AMP code loops. So making sure that it's able to one-shot stuff. And this is why we're going to start in a new session. We're just going to say like, look, this is your agent.md instructions now. Like please create a funny little file that we're going to use, right? And so I don't know what the diagnostic error is. We're going to ignore the stubs. Why is it fixing this? No need to fix BPY stubs stuff. Add that to agent MD as well. Because I think it's like trying to fix linting errors, but because it's using like Python stuff, right? Blender stuff, this might be a little bit complicated to fix. And also I know that there's Blender stubs that we can generate, but that's not something I want to get into today, because I'm sure it's going to be like a little rabbit hole until we get it to work. I did a bunch of like Blender Python programming in the back. And so, so stub generator, interesting. So maybe we'll launch it and and see AMP code just like trying to do it. What was that error? See, I think now we're starting to get into weird ass territory. But so anyway, we're at 70%. This probably cost us like an arm, but it's a pretty good thing. It's updating all its agent MD. It's like starting to fail to edit files. And it goes into these loops, and I suspect this is like starting to be little token differences that it forgets, right? It like generated code, and then it forgets the exact name. And this is the stuff that happens when the context window starts to get too long. It like forgets little things. And these little things are really important for editing files, because what they do is like they say like, oh, find the thing that matches this and then replace. And so if you have like little subtle differences, so that's for sure is going to get too big. And maybe we'll start a new thread with a summary. Actually, I'm going to start a new thread that is empty. And before we do that, we're going to commit our scripts here. I'm curious to see what test imports is actually doing, and if it wasn't just me streaming, I would like actually spend quite a bit of time making sure I understand these things. But here it looks like it's just adding the subdirectories to the path, and then it's going to see import get at import from test chapter demos. This is all pretty cool, but it like doesn't do from utils blah blah blah, which is fine for me. For now. So we started a new let me commit this, and then add, actually, let's go here. Git check add art, add instructions about imports. And we're going to push it. And now we're going to start doing the fun stuff. So we're nearing the end, the planned end of our stream. I really do need to do some sports. I've been like so addicted to code lately that I really neglected going outside, which I usually like doing. I like doing photography. I got a new camera, like a medium format point and shoot, which is going to be really fun. So maybe I'll go out today and just go to the ocean or something. But before we do that, we're going to do some hopefully really cool vibe coding. And so I'm going to say like, oh, make a module with little funny functions using split strip that will do interleave 2 videos at a given interval to make things flicker. I don't know. I don't know exactly what that means. And I'll actually also don't want it to know what that means. And then say like create a test scene and run it. And hopefully it's able to figure out everything based on this. Maybe we'll need to like add a little bit of information here. I wonder how much it already knows here from the utils. And maybe I should say, oh, like use VSE utils to do so. So we'll see what it does. If it doesn't, we'll actually go back and re-edit so that it knows how to do things. Yeah, so what we're going to do is create a scene and run it. Use the utilities in VSE in utils, right? Script utils. And add more utilities if needed in properly named paths. Test scripts. I mean, I think this is already written, right? Use the utilities in WVS. So it's going to read the whole file. We actually just need the signatures and the doc strings. So we'll make like a reference API document later on. It would be nice to do it with just a shell script call that just like always outputs the latest thing. But I wonder if it has to read the existing file. I really wanted to import the existing file from dot import VSE utils, and then is it using VSE utils anywhere? And I wonder if I need to give it like the better API. Like we'll see what happens now, right? So see, it's using like the wrong APIs here, I think. And I don't think this has a web search tool, right? Inbuilt tools. Oh, it has web search. So I wonder if I will have to tell it like, please use the internals API stuff that we carefully built. Yeah, no, don't fix the import. I don't know exactly what that is all about. So I really want to make this like work really solidly. And see, this is funny because it's starting to work, right? But maybe it should like flicker them like they're showing as one frame in the log, right? So this is what we just saw. And so it's cool because it's able now to edit files, but at the same time, it's able to do a fairly fast MCP call. Like if we look at the call, at the code it sent over, I want it to be really short. And so I think we could just make a util that you can send over and over. I don't think it needs to reinitialize the Python code all the time, which would save us just like on the speed of calling the MCP, right? So if we look at this, it kind of didn't fully work, right? Oh, it didn't execute it. Right, so this is taking a little while, but it could be really fast because it's just like, oh, execute this thing. So, right, so now my only prompt was like, oh, like make something that flickers. So that was pretty cool. This is where basically you want to pick back up next time is like, we're only at chapter 3. Chapter 4 is going to be about transitions and fadings and all of these things. So now we can start to do like more interesting variations of all of this to start doing like interesting stuff. And then later on, what I kind of plan on doing as well is like extract a single frame and send it to like an LLM to analyze what's in this frame and then figure out, is this like a good, say, frame to use as or like a section. And of course with video you have like many frames and it might make sense to identify when they change, but we'll see how to do that, and like maybe also keep a cache of analyzed frames as we edit a video to avoid doing too much crazy work. Like I don't know. And this is also stuff where having a loop of an agent to edit your video is like kind of where I want to get at, right? It's like so we're going to save this, and then I think we're at time. I'm going to try to keep it actually at time just to become more regular around all of this and not just YOLO for 7 hours now. So now we have our first Blender editing vibe coded script, which is not really useful per se, but it like showcases the concept behind what I want to build. Right. One thing I'm going to try is like try using a shorter code to do the import, because execute Blender code, I think, sends it all to the same interpreter. So things will already be loaded. Potentially even add a helper function that needs to be bootstrapped for importing and running a new file or existing file, right? I just want to use that and then add that maybe to the agent.md. And then as we go forward, right, like currently we have execute Blender code, which is a very generic kind of Python thing. We could refine that to just be like Blender execute file. And it sets up all the imports, it sets up all that stuff. And that way we really just need to have a very short MCP call. And that way I'll just go faster, right? Because like generating these tokens, especially if you generate just like, I mean, it's not a lot of tokens, but it's still like, say 200 tokens each time that always repeat themselves. And it's just annoying. In a loop, you're going to have, instead of having a loop that itself, if it calls it 5 times, is going to be 200 tokens, it's going to be a loop that necessitates generating like 5,000 and it like keeps growing, because the cool thing about this is like iterating, right? So this is really cool. Like this is getting somewhere where we're able to use an agent with a running and with a learning Blender to validate our code without having to move a little finger. And then not only is it able to validate our code, it's able to validate our video edit, right? Which is wild. It was able to see like, well, this is only 1 frame, so my code is not correct because I was expecting it to be 40 frames. And as such, we can really validate things like, oh, is there like at least the 2 chapters in here? Or is the sound aligned? Do we have the right tool? And okay, and so now write a whole document, update agent MD with these guidelines as well, and how to kickstart the Python session, right? I don't know if AgentMD really is a place to do all of this stuff in there, but also I don't think it can hurt all too much, even if it's, I still have this like token scarcity in my mind, right? It's like, I really sharpen my skills on these like 4,000 token context windows or 2,000 token context windows. So I'm like, oh my God, this is like 500 tokens. It's going to be in every session. But like these days, it really doesn't matter all that much. It still matters. Like we saw how it was starting to have trouble editing files towards the end, which I think is really just like some white space issues. That's the kind of stuff that goes first when the context window is long. And in languages that are not white space significant, it might not be, well, for the edit file, it might be not be an issue, but it might be an issue, but often when it writes code that's not properly indented, then it's like not too bad. But we saw it before, where it's starting to build like if-elses that were not really well indented, and suddenly has to rewrite every single freaking line of it to get it to apply, while in the other case it would compile and then you could do like an auto format. It has actually an format tool I saw, right? Like it has a format file tool. And so that might be useful. It was clashing with my auto format on save things. So let's see at AgentMD. See it like put a lot of code here. Be terse. AgentMD is all about size. Write a separate file with a full write up in TTEM 250517, and then I think we're at 06. 06, how to import files and start an interactive session with the Blender mcp.md, right? It's like, again, these like super descriptive file names just allow me to navigate the whole thing, but also help the model, and it can also figure out which files are where just based on the find. Actually, I see that quite a few people have been joining, so maybe I'll push it a little bit forward and further, 1 more hour, and then we'll do chapter 4. But I'll have to put in a little short break. Maybe I'll kickstart the agent so you have something to look at, and then when I come back from my short break, we'll see what code we have, because this is all about what agents are supposed to do, right? So I wonder what it has put into agentmd. I hope it will like make it more terse. And then in the agentmd, we might actually mention the file. Like if it has trouble, please read in the full file. That way we can maybe unstick things if they get stuck. So come on. All right, so what is it saying now? Did it update it in agentmd? Did it remove code? Why is it not applying it? Loading files, see detailed guide, okay. Standard import pattern, add the script directories to path. Standard import pattern. This is not what I'm seeing, huh? Standard import pattern. Scripts dir. Add scripts directories to path. Okay, so it keeps that for path in there. Import module name. Quick execute pattern. Code style features. And then setting up the editor context. Running scripts with Bootstrap PY. This is all a little bit too much for me. Yeah, it's a quick execute pattern. Yeah, this here, and then is there VSE utils? No. And here I'm going to say, I'm going to do this with just like a plain edit agent is like mention loading, that loading VSE utils is critical, and to in agentmd and create a file ttemp. Now actually I'm going to create this next to VSE utils py. Create a file, Python Blender MC utilities API.md next to VSE utils, which is a reference document for the utilities we have created so far, so that we don't need to read the whole file to use the utilities. It's horrible prompting, but let's move on. And hopefully with these two files, we're going to start a new AMP code session, and I might start asking it to create a chapter 4 Blender book file, right? Like our chapter 3, based on our book that we generated with deep research, the Python video API for dummies. And here we have a chapter 4, whereas chapter 3. So chapter 3 was all about streaming and splitting strips, which we did. And then 4 is going to be all about transitions and fades. And I'm going to ask it to basically write a whole set of not only a chapter that examines and creates utilities for this chapter, but then also to create a whole set of like funny example scripts that showcase the different issues, right? So we've now created this utilities API, which is pretty nice in terms of describing what it all does. And so I'm going to update agentmd build test command, automated testing, interactive testing, standard import pattern, loading files, standard import pattern to be used once at the beginning of a session. Also read in scripts utilities. No, where's the file now? The VSE, the API reference file. It's under utils. Where did it create this? Python Blender utilities is in the root path. Okay. We're going to move this into a docs folder. New folder, docs. And we're going to go in here and oops. Where were our guidelines? To read once at the beginning, read this, use this once at the beginning of a session. Also read docs Python Blender utilities, which explains how to use the utilities in scripts utils. All right, so we are going to have a new session here. Hopefully it's going to properly read in the agent. And so I'm going to say, like, implement a chapter test scripts like chapter 3, Blender book PY, about chapter 4 and chapter 5 of 01, the Blender video editing Python for Dummies. Create utilities in scripts utils. I don't know what it is. XXX utils py to be used, and then also create a set of funny scripts. Work methodically in small steps and verify things with Blender as you go. And hopefully this will work while I'm taking a short break. So I'll let you guys look at this and I'll be back in like 5 minutes. And like, fingers crossed, right? Like, this is what it's all about. Hopefully it doesn't get stuck in like 2 minutes. And hopefully it scrolls so that you guys can see what's happening. Actually, I'm going to wait to see if it scrolls. And so now it's starting with like building utilities for all of this. I hope that it's going to execute the bootstrap part, even though it doesn't need to, right? Because it has already all the imports set up. But it'd be interesting to see that, because this starts with a fresh memory, right? Like, it doesn't know anything about our previous chat, which is done on purpose. Because I want to, when I open this project, that agentmd tells the M code everything it needs to do for me to jump in like immediately. And the cool thing about M code, and so let me share the links to this, is that you can share your threads. And so we have here the different guidelines, right? And so I can share these different scripts here. I can share them with you. So that you can look at exactly what I've done. So anyone with the link can look at those, anyone with the link. You can see we had one that was like really long. And then we had one that was like much shorter, where we just like did this like flickering effects. And my goal is that like the stuff we build now is going to be like one shot. Like, hopefully I can give it this like huge kind of instructions to say like, oh, build like all kinds of like funny little scripts based on chapter 4 or 5, which doesn't even have validated API definitions, and figure it all out. So where am I going to put this? I'm going to go to Go Labs into my little branch here. And then I'm going to put this into Python, Blender, and then here I'm going to create a new file. Can I do this? Create a new, nope. Copy file, load, contribute, open pull request. All right, well, whatever. I'm going to create a file by hand. And so here it's going to do mcode sessions, or like threads.md. And we're going to start with this one. This was creating the agentmd, but I did interact with it quite a little bit. And then maybe I should put in the names. So this is creating agentmd. Ooh, what happened here? I don't know. Oh, there we go. Creating agent MD. Where was this one? Verify Blender. Oops. Verify Blender Python API script for chapter 3. That seems to be my favorite typo to make. Video interleaving module with flickering effects and Blender book chapter test scripts development. Blender book chapter test scripts development. So I'm going to add this. You guys can look at it. Add links to mcode threads. I'm going to push at it, and then let's see what this guy's doing here. Still happily chugging along. I don't think it has executed any of them. So just like go step by step and validate as you go along. Not really. All right, see you in 5 minutes, and you guys can like look at this scrolling around. And I'm just going to leave the link to the GitHub repo as well. Did I push this? I did push it. We're going to go into... Do I even have like a README? I don't know. I'll leave this up here. And then M code. No, so this is Blender MCP development. And then GitHub is going to be github.com go labs. And then this is actually on a different tree. Actually, this was good. This was the right URL. My paste is there. And there you go. You can look at it, and I'm actually also going to, well, that's the problem with the resolution here. I don't think I can show Blender at the same time. So you'll have to go look at that, and we'll have the M code scrolling along. And I wish I could show how it scrolls to the bottom. Still writing a ton. Like, I'm really curious what I'll come back to. I think this might have been, I wish they had done, it's going to write the whole stuff I asked it to, and then it's only going to test it. And that's a really bad thing, because I know it will like break at certain points and all of that. So we'll start a new session, and we'll get the prompt engineering so that Sonnet 3.7 is not doing its like crack cocaine mania of like trying to do everything at once, and then stuff is just going to break and it's going to iterate itself into hell. The context window is going to be full. Like this doesn't look too well, but then, you know, this is how you learn. Also, I love that. On the other hand, if I'm really already 1,600 lines of code, right? Like, there's no way this is all correct. It's creating VSE utils, which already exists. We'll see. I think this will go haywire. It's really good to see that a single line of code is going to generate, a single line of prompting is going to generate like 2,000 lines of code. But I think I was like a little bit too ambitious and not precise enough in my prompting. So we'll come back to that. All right. So to recap for the people who might have joined, what we did last week is use deep research to create like a couple of books about Blender API development. And we used this book to then start developing a set of Python utilities that validate the API that this deep research has documented, just to make sure that it works properly. And what we did today is building upon that. But this time, we actually use one of the Blender MCPs out there to send code straight to Blender instead of doing it through the VS Code extension. And this thing, we then spent a bunch of time validating the Chapter 3 API, which was splitting strips and building all kinds of utilities, and then starting to use this MCP to quickly reload files. So that way we can have mcode generate files, right? And then the MCP can send them over, and that way mcode is able to iterate and validate what it just did. But not only is it able to validate the Blender code, but because it can inspect the sequencer in Blender, it can actually make sure that the scripts it builds to like split and to like reframe and all of these things, it will be able to validate that these scripts that it's generating, like for example, the auto trailer generator, actually do work, at least in a reasonable manner, right? So it's able to go, this is a script that I asked it to create, which is like, oh, make a flicker effect, right? And so it was able to go in and say like, well, it looks like all my flicker things were like too short. But so now we can have like this kind of like, you know, I don't know if it's super useful, but it's, I prompted like, oh, make a flicker effect. And obviously it's not great, but now I have a function that's called flicker effect. And I can reuse this. I can like maybe even like edit this flicker effect by hand to just make it fit my purposes. But then the next prompting is just going to be like, oh, you want a flicker effect? And I have a file called flicker effect. Like I'm going to use that, right? So we're doing this like Blender development kind of stuff. And to show you my thinking is like a really, really long time ago. And I don't remember where this is, to be honest. Do we have like a video thingy? I might have that in a private repo. So let me see. I don't want to show too much from that private repo because that's where all my funny stuff is. But let's go into Lisp. And I don't think it was in there. No. So where might this have been? This Lisp stuff. So anyway, this was 20 years ago. Where might it be, man? I created so many repos over the years. 20 years ago. This is all way too recent. 2023. So can I sort them by created? Sort by last updated language. Lisp. Come on. Redux Toolkit, Airbyte, PHP Active Record. Why did I fix that in 2022? Who knows? Bubble tea, lip gloss is way too recent. 2021. 2020. Because it has to be something that's... I wonder that I pushed to it like recently and then that it didn't do it. So anyway, I was writing like generative video editing in Common Lisp back then. Like I was watching a friend who's a video editor and he was doing these like glitchy effects that were like kind of in vogue in 2008 or something. And not 2008, this was like 2005. And so I wrote a Lisp thing that was like really, really rudimentary, right? Like that would literally go frame by frame in an MPEG and then just like split the MPEG at that part. But I was able to like have it sync to music and do all kinds of little things. We're getting nearer here. So this is when I moved to the US. And I don't think I fixed that. This is where I had all my Blender stuff as well. 2013. This is like art stuff I was doing a little bit later. Is it in CL Mill? I don't think it's in CL Mill. That's when I was like doing a lot of Common Lisp. GitHub Blame, Tumblr, Tumble, Sense, Lintnode, Loofah, Gist, Polymaniac, Fight. This is all the art stuff that I did, so we're getting closer. This is all my Lisp stuff. Because I did that before GitHub existed. So this was like in an SVN somewhere. And we're getting closer and closer. And then that was the last page. Yeah, I don't know where it is, man. I thought it was like in this one here. Maybe it's in a different directory. Oh yeah, it's this one here. Cool. So this is the code that I was doing. And then I think, let me see, there's like Venetian snares was something I was listening to at the time. So I think if you look at this Venetian snares, it's a programmatic editing of videos with these like kind of effects that we were making up, where it's like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if it like accelerates and it goes like slower, and then it like speeds up the AVI, and then it like has all this like narrative behind it with these different videos that we had with like, you know, different scenes. And then we mapped out this like 7/4 beat by Venetian snares and mapped it so that it would accelerate onto the beat and do all of these kinds of things. And I think the video is still up on YouTube. And that's kind of what I want to do in this, with this Blender MCP, right? So I'm not coming to it afresh. I already have like a pretty good, what is it called? On Svernap. Yeah, Rust Select LS. No, it's not this one. That's the album. And then on it, there is Ongilkus Svernap. I'm pronouncing this like probably horrible. I wonder if my video is still up there somewhere. Yeah, there it is. So this was pretty funny. You can see like how these like effects, those were all programmatic. I just said like, yeah, I want an eye flashing, and then I would just like have, obviously we didn't have LLMs back then, but I just would write the Common Lisp to do this like kind of editing, which was really fun because, like I said, my friend was doing this all by hand, like literally in Premiere, just moving individual frames over and over, and then having like a timeline where it like mapped out the beat and all of these things. It was just like pretty fucking tedious. But then these hand movements were pretty fun. And so I kind of want to have the same thing where it's like, oh, wouldn't it be cool to have like the hands on the snare beats, on the snare drums? So we'll see where it is. But I think this guy just like didn't try to execute any of what it tested, right? So what I'm going to ask it, because we're already at 50,000, we're already at 50,000 tokens. I kind of don't want to throw all of this away because I'm sure it was expensive. I'm going to start a new session here, and I'm going to say, using the Blender MCP, I'm going to do some explicit prompting here. I'm going to, let's look at the files it created. Please make sure transition utils works. So let me recap just like the previous, please analyze this code base. No. Using the Blender MCP. Oh, this is the drafts. Okay. Can I delete the drafts here? No. Blender book chapter script development. I'm just going to reuse the references to the file names, and then just say, we're just going to go back using the Blender MCP, investigate the results of implementing chapter scripts like and utilities. Work methodically in small step. Test each function one after the other to make sure there are no API errors and that they do what they need. Reinitialize the scene each time. And start with, so what are the new files that it created, which we can get? Holy shit, I hate, how do I switch the tab thing? I think it's Alt space. There we go. No. Oh my God. So how do I reset the layout of my windows? They are tabbed. And then we're going to add as context my config file, because I keep forgetting how I configured my i3 for exactly this shortcut. Every time I'm like, which one did I map it to? And then I don't use it enough. Mod E. No. So where's E? Is this E? No, this is E. There we go. I'm asking where E is because like as soon as I think about which key to hit, I forget where it is on the keyboard, and I don't have letters on my keyboard. Anyway, what did I want to do is like I wanted to just do a git status here, and then all of these files are the ones that I want to start. No, hold on. Start with here are the new files, and then we're going to do this, and we're going to do cut character 4 just to avoid having these like little question marks. But however, we only want the files with the question marks, right? Didn't we add those? Didn't we add the flicker test yet? All right, but I do want you to test. Man, I thought we had added these. Art, add, oops. Sparkles, add more files. I don't know. My git commit messages when I hack on this stuff are horrible, so you'll excuse me. So we want transition utils, effect utils, flicker effect tests, auto trailer generator, and then what are the files that it created in the previous chat? So this is where we can use the threads here to quickly go back. Blender chapter test script development. See a single shot, and then we have transition utils, collapse all, transition utils, effect utils, chapter 4, chapter 5, VSE utils, flicker effect test, trailer generator, test imports, and then run file. So we do just want these in this order, right? So we can quickly edit this in here. Yeah, because it's and then I think, yeah, no, this is good. I'm going to remove the VSE utils. Actually, I'm going to say, I don't know what it added to it. So we're just going to add this. And so now this is in my clipboard, right? Like these are all these little utilities that I built because I was copy pasting so much. Go through them methodically in order. Don't forget to use VSE utils, PY utilities. So I hope that this time it's going to step by step use the Blender MCP, and I might have, depending on what the first steps are going to be, see, it says like, oh, I need to implement them, but like, no, did I put something that's, yeah, so I think these things are distracting. I knew this would be, so these are the file names, right? Using the Blender MCP to execute Python at each step, investigate the results of implementing and utilities. All right, so we're going to put that into its own little section. Work methodically and here are the new files, and here again we're going to put like a little separator to say, okay, this is use Blender MCP. I'm reinforcing that. Hopefully this will work. And now I start again, right? Because I wasn't interested in it, like recreating all the files. I just want to make sure it is methodical, testing every little function before it moves on, which of course I would have liked to have in the previous chat. So what we might do if this is like going haywire is just like start again and say like, well, please write functionalities. And but why is it creating them? Like, Jesus fucking Christ, like don't create them. Is this something in my prompt that I missed? Investigate the results of our previous work. Here, work methodically with Blender, test each functions. This created the following files. No need to recreate them. This is all about testing the functionality. And you can see I'm going back to my prompt instead of chatting, right? Because it's like there's no value in having like a ton of yap that's not correct. I do want to one-shot my stuff as much as possible, and the only times I'm going to use chat is if it makes sense to append to my context window and generate something new of value. So I talked about this at length on Thursday, and I'll write this up in an article on how I don't think of chatting. I think of like appending to a context window or using whatever tools I have available, copy pasting, editing files to actually just shape the context window that I want to do. And so now I can see, okay, it's looking at the file and it's creating the transition utils. I don't believe it. This created the following files. No need to create. Don't create the files listed above. Instead, write code to test them in tests. Man, it is like hard of hearing. And actually, since we have don't forget to use VSE utils utilities C, and here's where we have the API, right? Python Blender utilities API.md. Use Blender MCP. Don't create the files listed above. Instead, write code to test them. Jesus Christ. I wonder, like usually Sonnet is pretty good at understanding intent. But how does it know what transition utils entails? Has it read it? Are these attached? They're not even attached. We'll see. Man, it's creating everything instead of like testing them at each step. I hate it. I hate it. Why does it not able to do it? Should I really need to do this one by one? Don't create a file. After each test you write, execute it with the Blender MCP to make sure it's correct. Don't continue until you verified each test you write. Man. Man, it's just Sonnet 3.7. I like lately, and I don't think it reads the transition util, so it's just like hallucinating things. Maybe not. Like it has a high token count already, which means maybe it loaded that file. I don't know. And this is the thing where I think even app code is going in a slightly wrong path, is that as a experienced engineers with these things, I do need to see my context window. I really do need to see it. And so no, this is like not. Man, I described all of this shit in the agent MD and it's not like seeing it. What the heck? It has like all this stuff it had already like described and like it like ignored it. Okay, so it did that with helper after using, so maybe I should remove this. Ah, this is frustrating. Like this is Sonnet 3.7 for sure. This is like, and now it's writing test effect utils and it's not like running it. Man. It's just like loading it and it doesn't execute the main. Oh my God, I hate it. You need to explicitly run your test because main is not being executed. What is the Python way of doing thing? Name is not main. So this is something that should go into the agent MD as well. Oh, God damn it. So here I'm going to add it. Add a terse instruction that scripts are not loaded with the name is equal to main, so they need to be triggered explicitly. Man, it hallucinated. I knew it. I knew that it didn't know the right file. Test each function. So work methodically into. So now we're going to do some real prompt engineering because this is just not going well. Step guidelines. 1, read the file you are testing. 2, make tests for each function to be tested to examine different aspects. So read the file you're testing, make tests for each function to be tested to examine different effects, create a setup function to clear and create a scene. Run each test one by one and compare the setup scene to the output to make sure that the function works as expected. Once done, do a write-up of the things you needed to fix in XXX things file name. So here, file name things I had to fix.md. And then 6, only then move on to the next file. Read the file you're testing, create a setup function, run each test one by one using execute Blender MCP. So load file, then and call single function. And compare the setup scene, realize, all right, step guidelines. So here I'm just like, fuck it, I'm doing some real prompt engineering. So, right, C docs, use Blender MCP, don't create the files, instead write code to test them after each test. So read the file you are testing, list above, they already exist. Make tests for each function to be tested to examine different aspects, create a setup function. Some might require more tests than others. Don't forget to use VSE utils. And so let's fucking go, because I hope that this works. And also I hope that it got this like name main. So we'll see. This is now Sonnet requires this kind of like core set. So now it's reading transition utils, right? Like I really gave it this like XML notation plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is ways to really do it. The problem is like it shouldn't read VSE utils per se because we have an API description, but now it's executing the Blender code and it's actually writing the function in the Blender code before. So this might be something that we can like maybe stop. So we go back here now and then create, make tests, store the tests in a file in tests, create a site, run each test. So by using the Blender MCP, code to send, import test file, each round, import test file, run explicit function. So now 5, iterate and fix the original file to make it work and repeat repeat for until done. Compare the setup scene to make functions work as expected. Once everything runs, only then move to the next file. Test each function one after one to make sure that there's no API errors and that they do what they need. So reinitialize the scene each time. So run each test each function one after the other using the Blender MCP. Man, why can't I add an... All right. And this might need to be even more explicit where I really send out the code. I just like don't really know what the correct code is to be done. And now we're trying again. Because there's no point of filling a whole session and like just saying like, no, do this, no, do that, no, do this, no, do that. Because even if that works, we'll just end up like not having the right prompt. So the interesting thing here for M code is that like, this is not in the thread. All my attempts to do this are disappearing, right? Even though I do many of them. So I wonder how to deal with that. It says 6 messages because it's already doing okay. So is it doing the right thing? It reads this file. It's reading the effects utils to understand those functions as well. It's creating a test for the transition utils. I'll create a script name, blah, blah, blah. And I might need to do more chain of thought prompting in here where I say like, go over, list each function. And then for each function, make a list of the test cases. And then for each test case, write a function. So that's what we're going to look at once this file is done. If it like actually did that on its own, or if I need to be like a little bit more explicit around it. So this is cool. I like this. And what I would like, however, is, and that's something I think I'll do in a follow-up chat, but this thing at the top, right? This is going to be instructions that we're going to reuse over and over and over each time we add new functionality to our Python, right? Like this is something that basically is the core loop of the agent that we layer on top of the mcode agent, right? Because at the end of the day, as Torsten Ball showed in his blog post, all of this is pretty trivial. It's a prompt, it's tools, and then just like instructions. And here we're layering our own instructions, and this will allow it to control the control flow. So however I do, and I'm not that experienced building agents. I'm getting better at it. I think this, however, this is missing quite a few things. So the check marks and X symbols are not properly formatted. This is an issue that is going to be a problem here. So let me add 2 instructions while we're here. Is like remove and never use emojis Unicode. And then print out the scene before and after each test so that we can easily pinpoint things that went wrong. C, Blender API. Do we have this document? Python Blender Utilities API. Hopefully it will be able to remove because the Unicodes have a problem with the edit tool, where it just like is not able to match the unit tool, and it's really going to struggle. Yeah, so it's really going to struggle. There's no reason to continue here, and I'm just going to add that. Like, since it's going to recreate them, might as well recreate them, right? And you see these things here. It's not able to map them correctly, so this is going to be file guidelines is never use emojis or Unicode. And then here, this is like test guidelines, right? Test guidelines. And then, I don't know, this, oh, fuck. Hopefully I didn't destroy it. Test guidelines, and then this is what we want to put in here. This is kind of worth saving, to be honest, right? Like, this is really useful, and thank God it's like saved already on the website. So next one, man, I don't know how many times we're going to iterate on that one, and also if it's a good idea to iterate in it in M code, or if I should iterate in it in Cursor, just cost-wise, right? And the thing is, in Cursor, I mean, this is really Sonnet 3.7 specific, what I'm doing here. It's like Sonnet 3.5 would have an easier job, so maybe it would have been worth it doing the whole run in Cursor, but I really want to just experiment with like M code and seeing, since it's so eager to move on and do the whole thing at once, and it seemed to be pretty good at fixing like linting issues, which we sadly have disabled here. And actually, as I'm doing this, hopefully this didn't fuck it up too much. Probably not. I think where it'd be interesting is to have the edit tool be a little bit more fuzzy, and what it has as like input string matching. So if you say in Python and you see that things doesn't really match in terms of white space, still have the edit file tool, be pretty clever about it and do the right indenting, potentially call a smaller model to do it, so that, because if you fail editing, then you have to send the whole context window again. You don't need such powerful model, you don't need such powerful apply, and that's why Cursor, I think, is maybe having its own edit model and doing like subcalls. I mean, I don't know how they're doing it, but maybe it's also a submodel call. But there's definitely like, even though agents are this kind of like emperors have no clothes, you're just using the LLM to do everything. I think that's actually kind of wrong. I think you can get really far adding some more traditional planning method techniques in there to manage the context window and how to clean it up, right? So you still let a lot of the planning to the LLM, this flexibility, but then there's parts of it that the LLM shouldn't need to worry about and can be done by other things, watching the output of the LLM or like modifying its context as things go, which in certain ways makes caching not as useful if you were, say, but right, like if you struggle editing a file, like say this, for example, right, there's no need for me later on to like have all of this in the context window. I might just have save the successful call, right? And then it will not only shrink the context window, but also like just steer the LLM better. And so this is exactly why I wanted to have this step-by-step thing, because I think a lot of these functions that it wrote all at once are kind of broken. And I don't know why it's like not able to import stuff. Like I really need to hone into this. And it's been 4 hours now, so we're going to wrap it up. We're kind of like starting to see the cracks in all of this. We do need to reload things. I think there's a lot more instructions that I need to give and really sit down, figure out this importing thing to make a good prompt around it, figuring out a good prompt around this loop. And at this point, I'm like a little bit too tired to properly do it. And I think seeing it on stream is going to be more useful for people watching when I'm fresh and do this at the start of a session. Where we'll have like a better framing of what I'm about to do and also have planned some kind of like what explanations I'm going to do. Because I don't even know if this is like the right answer. Like it's starting to fix a ton of things because it has written too much. Like what I wanted originally is like write one function, a small one, and test it with this framework, and then move on to the next function and test it, instead of having a freaking 500-line file. And then even if you test it, you're going to fix 500 lines of code. Like why? But so this is where we're getting at, right? Like, so still we see the power of the loop. The problem is we're already at 50% tokens, and we haven't really even started testing the first function. So we'll see where it goes. And like, it seems to be writing a lot of code in its execute thing. So I think that's like the issue with my importing, because it's like just sending the whole function over instead of loading the file and just a function name. So I don't know, because now it's going to repeat it over and over. I don't know. It's like try harder to write the tests in a file and then just load the file, then call the function. That way we save tokens when calling the tool. I don't know. This I have to experiment more with, right? But it would be solved if we had a function that's just called execute file. So I think the better way to fix this, instead of like hacking at it with prompt engineering, is to really give it a tool that has the right name and just like not even give it the chance to execute random code, which of course is still useful, but I don't really want to do it right now. I just wanted to write the code in a file and then just load the file. So having it giving it a function that's called like execute file, this function, this tool is going to be setting up all the import path, all of the things, and literally just like execute the code. That's going to be much more useful. And so here you can already see just this little instruction is much more helpful, and something I should, put into my prompt engineering right now or not. But this is exactly what I wanted it to test, is like, we need to test this, we need to test that, and having a really robust like iteration loop around writing Blender code and making sure that it works is going to be like magic, right? Because after that, I can vibe code like entire chapters and functionality and say like, oh, well, please make a video. And if I start adding tools to say like, well, examine, like do an image analysis on the output of the render and tell me if it actually represents what I wanted it to represent, I think there's going to be a lot of value to do like thumbnails and all of these kinds of things or like transition titles, all of these things to make sure that it shows the right text, that it's like the camera's framed properly without me having to necessarily go in. And because it will be only using little function names and iterating over that, this is something that might be useful too, since tool calls are pretty expensive. I don't know how much they cost in AMP code, and I really should look to just be using like local models potentially to do these like finer adjustments where it's like, well, please iterate over like create caption blah blah, and then it says like, well, it looks like the text cut off at 15. Like I don't need to blast Sonnet 3.7 with that kind of stuff. I can very much just like use a local loop to be like, you know, I want to transition from like minute 3 to minute 4 that shows this text, and then just have a local VLM, a local LLM, and just let it run while I go, you know, on a bike ride, as I'm going to go do now. So we'll see. And here, I mean, I wonder if we can see this like executing here as it goes. I don't know. It seems to not be able to load the scene. So we'll see. Like, this is the reason why I like having these write-ups, is like, I don't want to go see everything that it did. But this is really cool, right? And I'm so tempted to continue. So also, I had to adjust your behavior a bit, expand, you know, update the guidelines for our test iteration loop so that you understand them better next time, which Claude is like a pretty good prompt engineer overall. Like, I'm not sure if it's all right. And so here, I'm just going to put in a, all right. So this might just be something that I saved there as well. We're out because our window is like really full and I don't want to like continue doing too much stuff. So, but you can see, like I said in the first thing, like this is way too much code that it's generating. It's going to cost us down the road. Because now I kind of have to do all these like little trickery things and stuff like that. If I had done all the prompt engineering in the previous one and regenerated, we would actually have done less inference, because now I'm basically going to have to redo it again, right? Like I saved maybe a little bit because it created some functions at the beginning, but it would have created those iterating while testing anyway, and in smaller chunks. So live and learn, right? Like this is how you make progress doing prompt engineering. It's why I always think like when things go wrong, like really dig in and try to figure it out and solve it. Or at least understand why it's not able to do that, instead of just saying, oh, AMP code sucks, it wasn't able to do it. No, usually it's your prompting, because all of these tools are kind of the same at the end of the day, right? Like this would have worked in Cursor just as well. But I wanted to try out AMP code, and I really like this part here, because now guys, you can see how this this worked, right? Like I'm going to link this into the AMP code threads thing, which I'll commit, and then this was what? This was Blender Python API testing workflow setup. What is it writing? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Sonnet 3.7. It's like, no, it's like, oh my God. Just output a clearer version of these guidelines, augmented with what we had to correct. So now I'm going to just like force it into chain of thought. First, make a list of the adjustments and things you got wrong in your work. Then output the instructions corrected again, so I can give them to the next employee to do your work. Don't write any code, just give me just the output to, no. Stop after the updated guidelines. Man, Sonnet 37 can be annoying. I don't know if it just gave me less grief last week because I was actually like kind of building big features at once. If I was like better scoping things, because this is like kind of a, oh my God, no. Okay, so this is what I want, right? Yeah, this is great. Yeah, this is great. This one, I don't really care because okay. So this is great. I knew that like Sonnet 37 is a pretty good prompt engineer. Store in docs how to test and iterate on new functionality using Blender mcp.md, so we can easily point to them. I'll commit that, and then I'll call this a stream, because I could continue for hours until we implement the whole book, and then we would move on to geometry nodes. We can do like all these great things, and now we're this setup part, right? Like last week's session and this week's session was also me getting to know the different tools that we have. I get back into Blender development, do all of these things. I think what we'll do next time is ideas of what to build. So next time is like make a Blender MCP that only has load file and as a tool to make imports easier, right? Because you can see we waste 2 or 3 tool calls just getting the files imported every fucking time, either because I'm not good at prompting, but also because it's confusing, right? You just tell it like, oh, you can load code, and man, this fucking thing just like wrote all of this. It like adds stuff, more and more and more stuff each time, which might not be wrong, right? Like, but it's not what I want, man. I just want the guidelines that I had before were, I think, much better, right? Store in docs exactly the instructions above. Don't get creative, man. Holy shit. It's so annoying. You know, I mean, everybody who's used Claude 3.7 knows what I'm talking about. God damn. So this is also something for the AmCode people, is like maybe you can have like 2 modes, because this is insufferable when you want to do detailed work. Like I would have been faster with cursor, right? I would just seen like, no, 3.7, goodbye, and switch to 3.5. There's value in like letting people choose the model, because like obviously this is not tuned. You think this is like perfectly fine-tuned, but it's like perfectly fine-tuned for your stuff. And like, look, this thing is like, it just cannot stop writing more stuff. Actually, no, I'm wrong. This is above. So this is correct, because it started changing that in the previous one, right? Where it was like, oh, you could use like VSE utils and you could like write this. Look at this fucking thing. It like still added stuff. Man, it's like it just cannot do what you ask it to do. It just cannot. Look at that. Special considerations, so that's fine. And then it's like common issues and solutions, like blah, blah, blah. Always clear the scene. So this is not the worst thing, right? So I'm going to leave those in because, sometimes it does good stuff still. But those are more like API guidelines rather than testing guidelines. So maybe that's something we'll clean up next time. Man, I'm so addicted to this stuff. I'm just going to be like, so what did it write? No, I have to stop because I can just continue all day. I'm going to stop. I promised I would stop at 3 hours. I didn't. I really need to stop now. So we're going to commit all of these things: sparkles, add, precise, test, cycle, iteration, prompt, add, test for transition, utils, and then we're going to push it. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to merge this into main. So how much do we have compared to main? 9,000 lines of code added. I'm going to show you this like little create pull request, which is add a lot of Blender testing and utils code. This is going to get the diff, which is too much code. Right? Like there's just too much code in here for it to be, because this is too many tokens to send. So maybe I won't show you that. How about that? Maybe I'll show you how many tokens. Still not enough. All right, from here. Yes. No. Oh man, I should add a thing to retry. No. Well, whatever. We don't, because otherwise it would summarize things. I don't know why it like crashed. Probably because it's too big. So now it has like a lot of nulls in here. I started writing a Go version of it that was like more robust yesterday, but Blender MCP instructions plus tests plus utilities plus new chapters. And then we're just going to merge this because there's nothing to test here. And so now you guys can see this all on Google Labs under Python and then Blender, and you can see all the stuff we did right here. All right, well, thanks for watching. I hope that was fun. It's going to be up on YouTube. It's going to be up on Twitter. And then if you want to rewatch, I think it's a little bit too long, but once this Blender MCP video editing thing is over, I will be able to create like good summary videos of this probably more easily than by hand. All right, that was fun. Goodbye.